What's up, gamers? What's up, gamers? Playing some Call of Duty while listening to some stand-up and podcasts. First up, we got some Adam Ray. Copy, paste. Adam Ray comedy via YouTube. Sorry I've been gone for so long, guys. I fucking missed you. Give you a cat kiss. Mwah. Also am working right now, so I don't know how long I'll be able to have my camera on, but we'll see. We're gonna try to make it work. That goes there. That should go there. And this goes in my hand. All right, let's play. Let's play the video.
Hey, dude, what's your first name? You had so much enthusiasm. Will? Fuck yeah. Well, what do you do here in Wisconsin?
Oh yeah,
Will?
fuck yeah.
Finance. Oh yeah. And what? Break that down for us more specifically. What do you?
I sell franchises.
Sell Fuck yeah. What? Any franchises we may have heard of?
Charles Schwab.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any cool ones, or is that? I was hoping for like an Applebee's or a Red Robin. Some with bottomless fries. No, Schwab. What is the Charles Schwab franchise game looking like in 2023? And that's the first time I've asked that today. It's going to be huge?
Yeah.
Oh, so the up and up. The we're looking ahead to the future.
100%.
Is that the Charles Schwab slogan?
It's my slogan.
Okay, well, it's my slogan. I said it, yeah, but you can have it, yeah. Well, that's awesome, Will. And what, was that the dream?
No.
What was that kid dream for you, Will, when you were farting around the playground?
Playing golf and smoking cigarettes.
Playing golf, as a kid, you wanted to play golf and smoke cigarettes. 100%. All right, I'll take things nobody thought you were going to say for 1,000, Alex. That's awesome. Wow, smoking cigs as a kid. Did you buy candy cigarettes? Were you one of those kids and put Big League Chew in the side of your mouth and you were like, fucking, yeah, fucking do the dishes, bitch, right? Just saying
Oh shit.
tobacco type phrases, right? That's awesome, dude. Is Madison a Bigfoot believing community? You guys have vibes of people that might go out there looking for them, yeah?
Oh my god, that's
No,
hilarious.
sir, my man?
A little too south for that.
A little too south for that? Yeah, and where do you live?
Here.
Here? Yeah. So Bigfoot people are where?
North.
North. So we're a little too south for that, yeah. And where's north of us,
I
sir?
have woods here.
You don't have woods here? Oh, shit. It's up north. And what's up north?
Woods.
Woods, yeah, all right. Okay. All right. Okay. That didn't have to be that difficult for me. I don't know why I was so taken aback by the... And what's your name, man? You seem like a guy that's getting outdoors to enjoy the sunshine from time to time. You're wearing your favorite cotton mesh softball umpire shorts tonight, which I appreciate.
Thanks, Terragraph.
Yeah, if you could open your legs wider so I could look directly into your nutsack, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking to my
you did it.
stream.
All right, well. All right. He goes, oh, you mean like that? Asking you shall receive. What's your name, my man?
Steve.
Steve. What do you do here in Madison?
I sell paint.
You sell paint? Fuck yeah. A lot of paint? How much paint are we talking?
A lot of paint.
A lot of paint? Yeah. You sell coke out of the back of your... A lot of paint. How much paint? Just so much you can't believe it. So much paint that you're like, you have to tell your friends, like, dude, I thought the normal amount of paint was being sold these days, but man, these guys are fucking, it's like buckets of paint. Thanks for sharing, Steve. I appreciate it.
I don't have it.
You guys have a Madison Zoo, a Wisconsin, what's it, yeah. Fuck yeah, what's it called? Just the Henry Fonda Zoo? Henry Wildus? Everybody shut the fuck up for a second. Steve? It's a free zoo?
Henry Vilas Zoo.
Henry Vilas Zoo. And who's Henry Vilas? The guy who, is he kind of like your Noah's Ark? You corral all the creatures, yeah? You know what I love? Nobody, this motherfucker, nobody knows. Nobody knows. It's a sad story of Madison. Way to sing that back, sir. That was... Nobody knows. What a great set of pipes, dude. You big fan of the Henry Vilas Zoo? My man? You am? What's your favorite animal? You got a favorite animal?
Tigers, lions.
Oh my. I saw a gorilla masturbating once. Not live. My buddy sent me a link and I was like, yep, click. It was titled like, gorilla shoots hot load at screen while kid stands there and doesn't flinch. I was like, that's, yeah, I gotta see that. Thank you for being so descriptive. Too, because it was one of those classic. We've all been there. The kids, you know, stand up against the screen, just looking. And he's probably like 5 or 6. He's just, you know, something bad's coming his way, and he's just like, he has no idea that even like what, like if the girl even grabs it, he's just like, he's what's he doing, you know? And the dad was like, Billy, turn around, say hi. And the kid was like, hi, Dad. Hi. He's like, and then the gorilla kind of walked up. He's like, and he was like, Billy, the gorilla wants to say hi. And he's like, he does? And he turns back, and the gorilla just looked at him and took a beat and was like, hey, what's up, man? Hey. Ah! And just, you know, and the kid, like it said in the video, did not flinch. He was just like, is that all you got? Is what it sounded like he said, you know?
Oh my God.
I don't know. They're getting old. These presidents are getting older. You can overstay your welcome. Look at Mitch McConnell, man. Fuck, I think you're done, baby. I think you're done. When you, I think if you freeze on camera and you're not an X-Men character, go back to bed. It's fine. It's 2 p.m., baby. This is prime time nap. That sucks. You can't make choices when you're fucking freezing up. That's just, I don't care what side of the fence you're on politically. We should all be like, that's fuck. You know, but I try to, you know, again, I try to empathize. Because you have to. Try to meet people halfway. It just makes you a more, you know, well-rounded person.
That is not based, guys. I'm sorry.
What is, you know, maybe,
That is not Sigma Ohio Rizzler.
Something medically, publicly like that, I try to go, dude, I've been there. You know, I've been in Mitch's shoes,
Just not.
okay? I've definitely been at parties.
I set a higher precedent for this
taking
stream than
edibles
that.
from strangers, you know. And you know, the
Love as
conversation
hell,
shifts
damn
in
it.
my direction, you know, and engaging in a topic that I'm not too privy about. And people are looking at me for an answer, and the edibles are kicking in, and I don't want to embarrass my buddy who brought me as his plus
See,
one. So I'm trying to participate as much as I can, but
in there.
I'm high as balls, and you know, just Adam, global warming, man. What are your thoughts? And I'm like,
He's a basic Sigma Ohio Rizzler.
Madison. Yeah.
All my boys are border puppies.
Didn't really answer the question, but yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, sir? Yes, yeah. There we go. That's what we were looking for. What happened on the first go-around? Edibles kick in? The weed's kicking in. Did somebody just pass away? It's like a Disney villain having fucking like hydrogen chloride poured on her. What was? Somebody just melt in the back of the.
Yeah, we got juice in there, Ella.
Like super shredder under all the trash. You all right? All right. I don't know which medical case to handle first. Sir, yeah, you're married, yeah? How long you been married? Recently? Couple months. How's it working out?
Same as it was before.
Love that, dude. And how was it before? Great, yeah. And where'd you meet your wife, if you don't mind me asking? Work. And where's work?
Back then it was at a dog daycare.
At a dog daycare. Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's, and what's the, I mean, there's a lot of love around that room, right? So you guys, a love for canines kind of bonded you at the hip pretty quickly. Do you remember what your opening line was? I'm always curious, because I think, you know, especially coming out of you know, COVID and Me Too, I think guys got to be a little more. I don't know what you teach the young perverts of tomorrow. As far as like how to conduct themselves, I would, you know, don't obviously, you know, be like, what do you think of this at a fucking cheesecake factory? But you know, maybe like if you hug a woman with big boobs, don't go good out loud. Other than that, you should be fine. Guys fuck it up though. Guys are always, you know, just blending comedy and creepy. I see it every weekend, dude. I'll kick it at a bar post show and I see guys just thinking they're funny when they're just, you know, being just fucking weirdos. Right? They're throwing Hail Marys on first down. It's like, you gotta run a couple plays, dog, you know? 89% of fellas want to put their best foot forward, but there's another 11% that's fucking it up for the rest of us. Saying weird, pervy shit. You know who you are, right? You'll see a girl going into the bathroom, like, hey, I don't know if you're helping there, but I got a friend. I'm just kidding. My name's Craig. It's like, that's not a punchline, dude. That's a suggestion for a anal kidnapping. Yeah. What?
How?
So what? The doggy daycare. What'd you say to your gal? What's your name, by the way?
Watch left, fucky.
What is it? Max. Fuck yeah. And what's your wife's name? Sierra. And what'd you say, Max? What kind of piqued her interest in the doggy? Yeah, but there had to be an opening line, because I mean, just to start talking, you have to say like, was it like I'm Max, or was it like, hey, you want to see a real wiener dog? We could go fucking back to my apartment, and if my roommate's not home, then we could, you know, what did
Nice.
you know what I'm saying though? There had to be an initial piece of dialogue that kind of started the whole forward progress. Yeah.
They're coming and coming large.
And then she just got wet right there. Yeah. Yeah. So you introduced yourself.
Nice camping,
no
bro.
interest. That's what I'm getting at. So how did you, you know, get?
They're scared. They're in the back.
Sierra, how
They're
did you
scared.
get
They're little bitches.
Just come around. Say it again.
I'm not as funny as you.
I mean, yeah, we know that. But I said, yeah. No, you're fine.
Kill
You're
him,
very fine.
creeper.
Like,
Fuck.
you're very affable. You know what that means, Max?
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no, we also would have accepted. Yeah. I know my wife pretty well. Only farted
Nice.
once in front of her in 7 years. That's pretty good. What about you, Charlie? Letting him fly with your girl? Absolutely. Yeah, 19. 19, that's probably some weird fucking fetish. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Oh, I don't think that's what anybody thought you were going to say. Yeah. Charlie, what about farts at 19 is awesome for the relationship? Do you kind of use it as an aphrodisiac, or is it like, what is it? It's just like, it's not foreplay. What are you referring to here? It's a turn off. Oh, it's a turn off. Oh, I thought you said it was awesome. Yeah. Ooh. You know when you get out Jedi'd by another stoner?
They're all up in that shit.
I haven't smoked pot in about a week for preparation for this special, and I feel like I took the biggest bong rip in that moment. I was like, Charlie, do you fart? He's like, yeah, they're awesome. I was like, why? He's like, it's a turn off. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, farts? I was like, yeah. I went full Mitch McConnell. Did you see it? Oh my God. You guys love your country out here in Madison, huh? Like, yeah, boo. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, man, you love country? Who's your favorite? Luke Holmes? Oh, Luke Holmes. Fuck yeah, dude. And what does he sing? Country music. Yeah, but what? Did you and Charlie smoke the same joint tonight?
Nice. Behind. Molten goodness. Get him. Come through
Andrew went like this to Charlie. And Charlie goes, Eddie, soldier.
Oh, fuck you.
That was the best white exchange I've seen in the last 48 hours.
Tommy.
Tostitos.
Gonzalez, you're such a fucking douchebag. They're coming through the bottom.
Chuck, what's the move? How do we?
Another one behind him.
Close things out here. What do we? It's Friday. It's a late show. What's your post-show plan, Chuck? What are you getting into? You don't know?
Oh, nice shotgun, douchebag.
Have a beer. Hang out with who? Hang out with Andrew? Fuck yeah, dude.
That's such a fucking tool.
Yeah, Andrew, you're how old? 22? 28?
He's in the back.
28. Fuck, dude. Yeah, is that legal? Can you? Yeah, I don't know. 28, 19. Yeah, you can be. Yeah, you can be like, I'm his mentor. 28. How many 28-year-old dude friends you got in your circle of trust, Chuck? Just one? Yes, you can add another to the arsenal. Yeah. Chuck, who's your best friend right now? You go. Great answer.
Nice camping, bro. Love to see
Trying to
it.
make me cry. Great answer. But who's your real best friend, Chuck? No, I mean, who's your dude best friend? Who's your guy that you're like, that's my ride or die, man? My fucking dude. Ben fucking.
Oh my god, that's so
that's
exhausting.
my fucking dog, dude. My fucking Ben, my dog. Who's that guy? Your brother. What's your brother's name? Joey. Where's Joey at tonight? Sheboygan. What the fuck is he? What is a Sheboygan?
So annoying.
Can you say that? Is that racist? What is that? What is a Sheboygan? Is it a place? Where, north or south? East, yeah. And what's Joey doing in Sheboygan?
Coming in, they're
What
coming
brought
in.
him there? He's a high schooler. Fuck, dude. So he's out just ripping it up, Sheboygan style. Is he kind of
Nice,
a little
dude.
crazy?
Nice.
He's a
Keep
surfer.
it up.
Oh, yeah, this
We're
guy's
7
just
up,
fucking-
8 up.
Just waking up, just fucking. Yeah, man, the waves. I don't even have a cell phone, dog. But I wake up when the sun gets up, you know? Those guys, yeah? Surfer dude, Sheboygan surfer.
Nice, dude. You're camping so well.
How long have you and Joey been brothers? I don't know what to ask. How long have you guys been brothers? What is Joey? Does he smoke pot at 19? Is he 19 as well? No, he's older. Oh, he's 16. Oh, fuck, yeah. He probably smokes pot. Is he a good kid? Who's like the rebel in the family? You? Fuck, yeah. So, yeah. What does Joey want to do? He wants to be in the Air Force. Okay, dude. What's he doing right now, do you think? Probably smoking pot? Can we call him? For real? Yeah. Yeah? You guys want to call Joey?
You're so annoying with that shotgun, bro. I hope you die. Oh my god.
You want to hand me the phone?
Of course.
What the fuck is he doing at Sheboygan right now?
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach.
You don't have a brother, do you? I can leave him a voice note, right? Yeah, we'll do that. Hey, Joey, this is Officer Cooper. I'm here with your brother, Charlie.
How the fuck do you do?
Look, we know you do drugs. And we know you're not a surfer. It's some bullshit alibi you made up to get away with doing drugs. I've been with the Sheboygan County Sheriff's Office for 42 years, and I've never heard of such a fucking
Fan of damn.
piece of shit. Your brother's here in Madison, Wisconsin. He's fine. He's fine. Don't worry about him. He's fine. But he's worried about you. He says you're doing whippets, smoking fat doobies, taking fireball shots, and fucking giving hand jobs for tuna
What a
salad
gamer.
sandwiches.
What a real life gamer. What a gamer. Babe. Gamers are us.
Anyway, just give us a call back here at the station. Whenever you get this, we're gonna hold on to your brother Charlie here for a few more hours. He says that you're in need of some guidance. And
Damn, that means I gotta protect all these people.
look, I've got a man here by the name of
Make sure
Andrew.
Randy doesn't get his ears fingered.
He's about 10 years older than your brother.
I don't know, I think
he's
he
tough
cried.
as nails. He's afraid of sea otters, but other than that, he's a fucking gangster. So maybe you guys can become fast pals.
Where's my boy? It's all the way up there.
Anywho.
You abandoned me.
I am so fucking horny.
You guys hear this shit? You heard it here first from Charlie.
Oh, is this thing still recording? 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That's not bad.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh!
If he calls back, just
Fucking
raise your
flip
hand
the
or do
map.
something.
Flip the map
What do
dumb
you think
fast.
he's gonna do when he gets that? He's gonna laugh so hard. Yeah. Or call the actual Sheboygan cops. This special never sees the light of day.
Nice.
My man, what's your name? John. John? Okay, what's your name, my man? Jake. John and Jake. You guys brothers?
I told you to hide in the cubbyhole.
Roommates. Fuck yeah. Have you developed a roommate bond so tight that you almost?
I can't go into a hole.
We're brothers.
Why'd you
Like,
give me
we've
this?
seen
Said you're gonna
all,
take
we've
it.
done all. We've shared, the same people. Like we're.
Oh my god,
How
of
long
course
have
I
you
have
been roommates?
fucking sentries up.
Okay. I don't think I like your
Ah.
fucking attitude right now.
Ah.
Just trying to get to know you, man. No, that's awesome, dude. John and Josh, right? John and Jake, my bad, dude.
Damn, bro, I tried to
what
work
do you
the
guys do?
corners. I'm movement god over here. I'm gonna
What do you-
slice them up. Oh no!
Majors.
Double
Okay,
D!
What are you hoping to
Love you.
to turn that into, I guess, professionally?
Oh my fucking
No
me,
clue.
you suck elephant dicks, Dee.
The future is bright.
Okay.
Yeah, that's most kids your age, though, right?
Bitch.
You're just like, I don't know, man. I just had some Tide Pods.
Come
It was
here.
great.
Come here.
I gotta
Where's your
memorize
friends?
this new TikTok dance
cutting
so I
all
can
your friends up.
Get some pussy, and then I'll think about what I'm gonna do. Fuck yeah, you guys are how old? 19, 20?
Nice.
Yeah. Are you guys big drug guys? No, you're not? Yeah, yeah. I'm not a cop, by the way, so you guys are not there.
Nice. I'm getting fucking double gulp fucked in the goddamn spawns.
Would you guys, weed? Maybe does that ever make its way into the equation? No? You guys look like some mushroom guys. Yeah? Who are you looking for?
Eyes?
Honestly, like,
You see dead people? Oh, what was
Dude,
I
Adam's
was laying down,
fine.
as long as I don't
Fucking
grab
sit
anybody.
down. So tell your
Oh
mom,
my
dude, all moms
fuck
know each
me,
other.
my butt.
So go to the Madison Mom Facebook group and fucking out us, dude. What's your name, bud? Tom? What do you do here in Madison, Tom?
Oh my god, you're lucky you guys suck butt.
Okay, too much info. Yeah, Tom, appreciate you, man. What did you retire from, Tom? You seem like you had things all put together and going the way they were supposed to go, yeah? Fuck yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna die. Yep. That was a decoy.
Hey, man, you got any vacuum on you, baby?
Get
My back hurts, my butt hurts.
they're
What's some of the
fucking
craziest
ugly in their
claims that
butt.
you've heard when people come in and they need? Are you you're selling the medicine to the CVS's, the Rite Aids of the
Nice
world?
shotguns, douchebag.
Made the drugs.
Nice shotguns, you suck.
Before you, laid to rest the profession, what was kind of the drug that was on the up and up that everyone was fired up about? What's the thing, I guess, I would say that John and Jake are probably putting in their asshole? What are these kids about to butt chug in the next 24 hours? You see how they both were like, yeah, dude, what is it? You can email me too, but say it right now would be awesome. Tom, floor is yours, baby.
I was working on some Alzheimer's drugs, actually.
Hell yeah, thanks for bringing the energy down, Tom. Fuck, dude. God. Awesome, man.
Nice.
Yeah, I can't wait to eat that.
Two more. 2 more.
Mitch could use that, right? Mitch might. Do you think Mitch is maybe dealing with that live on air in front of us? Fuck, dude. We all might need it someday. Yeah. Fucking. All right.
Hiya!
Really doing my best to keep this show positive, but Tom is just fucking.
Welding.
Hey man, you can walk out.
Stream pretty cool. That's why I followed you. Thanks, Welding.
So you better fucking.
Thanks, Spencer Welding.
Because Condor could come out of the sky and bite your dick off in front of your rabbi, and you know you could lose your shoes at a bowling alley.
What a nice guy. What a nice guy. You never know.
Things that could happen to you.
It just might go. Give him 1 second, guys.
I don't know, we go back and forth. Kiddos maybe. Kiddos maybe. I don't know. Max? No kiddos yet, right? You're 2 months in?
I have a kid.
Oh shit. From a previous situation? Say it again?
We had a kid and then we got married.
Okay, but you still have the kid. Right? Hey, welcome back to Give Us All the Info, Max. The kid is still, yeah, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, you're saying you had the kid before marriage?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. I like how I'm educating on you on your life. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, yeah. How did you know? Well, you just fucking told me, Max. That's awesome. And how old is the kid?
9 months.
9 months. Go Mazel tov, dude. Are you in love? Is it the best? Fuck, dude. You know, up days and down days. Yeah, dude. See, at 9, my nephew, it's like he says shit, which I'm sure is just, you know, every. Whoop. Okay, the first 2 times, it was kind of funny. Now I feel like you just put a curse on the entire audience. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. What if we walk to the back of the room and there's just this giant like spider web of jizz that he's created, and he just finished, and that's why he was laughing to himself. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, good luck walking through my ejaculate maze. All right. We're almost done, bud. What's your name, by the way? Storm. Yeah.
Nice, Bulldozer. You're still here.
Storm Weston.
I did not want to fucking play these guys again. This sucks cock.
Films.
Elephant dicks.
I mean, Storm
Elephantitis.
Weston sounds like the cock king of Wisconsin.
Ah, he's right. He's another one. There's another one. There's another one.
Storm Weston. Birth given name, Storm Weston. Fuck yeah. Were your parents hippies? No. Just did you live in a tropical climate that maybe featured some unfavorable weather conditions? Where does Storm come from?
Steven Seagal played
You're named after a Steven Seagal movie? Awesome. Which one?
Hard to Kill.
Hard to Kill.
Nice
Do you
drop
have
shot,
you
dick
become
fuck.
a fan of the said film?
That one's okay.
That one's okay, yeah. What happens in A Hard Time to Kill?
His wife dies and his kid goes on the run.
Yeah.
And then he tries to track him down, does a lot of karate.
There's a lot of karate, yeah. Pretty classic Seagal move, right? Just tons of unnecessary karate. My son's gone. Time to get my black belt in Taekwondo.
All headshots, but of course you're alive.
Storm, what do you do here for work in Madison?
I'm actually from
Get the fuck out of here, bitch ass sniper.
Do you have a job there? What do you do there? Where's Janesville, by the way?
fully 5 minutes south.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
Boat mechanic.
Boat mechanic, hell yeah. And who's this guy to your left?
Just met tonight.
Just met tonight. Fuck yeah. Where'd you, in the
We still got
bathroom?
6 up on him.
Yeah. What was the first dialogue that was
Oh, they're coming in from the side.
tonight? He said, what's your name, bud? Matt.
Oh, I blew
You sat
myself.
down next to Storm. Did you get his name? You didn't know? Yeah. So this is new information for you. Matt, how are you processing meeting a man who's not an X-Men character named Storm? wish you guys could see and hear what Matt just said. He goes, I'm doing okay. My man. What a fucking very true, sincere, honest response. Matt, what do you bring to the table that could potentially be of use to Stormy? Boat mechanic, are you in the same sort of world, or? Ironically kind of related. Oh, great. What are you doing?
Nice.
A fish biologist. Fuck yeah. And I think you just made that up, but what is a fish... What is a fish biologist? I know what that is, but let's elaborate.
Leon's back left.
A fish biologist meaning...
Study fish populations.
Study fish populations.
Respond to the environment.
How they respond to the environment. And what sort of... is there a main fish that we're like... that we need to be paying more... I don't know what to fucking ask you right now. How about sharks? Are we afraid of sharks?
Nice.
Are they eating all the fish? Because they're eating all the fucking fatties in Florida, for sure. Not around here. No sharks in Madison. Was that the dream, by the way? To be a fish biologist?
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. That's awesome. What's your name, bud? John. What do you do here in Madison? You live in Madison. Where you coming from? Rockford, Illinois, yeah? Okay, what are you doing in Rockford? What's keeping you busy?
Man, I do early stage research commercialization.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. What the fuck is that? Early stage research develop monetization. Is that what you said? Pretty close. What is it exactly?
So I take the things that
You know what, send me an email, John. That feels like it's gonna take too long. No, that's
Nice
fine.
drop
You take
shot.
You take the
stuff they create in the labs,
yeah.
right? So it has to make it out the lab into the marketplace.
Let's go. Yeah.
Nice. Nice pincer, guys. We fucked them up there.
Big shit, dude. Yeah. And who's this to your right? Let's go. Great. And what'd you guys meet, John?
They're shook now.
Yeah. Doing what? Yeah.
Oh, you.
Hold on, let me get some lube. The way you were setting that up was some cool black guy shit that I just can't pull off. Like, you ready? All right, so she's a doctor, and I know what that is. So, time to masturbate. Yeah. Okay, so she's a Marie, what type of physician? Kid's plumber.
Pediatric gastroenterologist.
Wow. Isn't it awesome when you learn about
Oh my god, I suck ass.
Kid's plumber. Kids are dealing with a lot of built-up butt stuff, yeah? What's kind of the pressing issue? You're getting some fat kid that's got just what? Just fucking fishy crackers and wheat thins stuck in his asshole. And he's like, "Can you suck it out?" You're like, "In my mouth?" He's like, "Yeah." You're like, "No." Okay. Your bread and butter is what? Constipation. Yeah, it's a real thing. And belly pain.
Coming in left.
Never hurt nobody, right? I sing the Pepto-Bismol theme song at karaoke. When you've got nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea. Oh, let's go.
Only up by 4. Gotta close it. Up by 2 now.
You gotta take it up a notch. You gotta make people wish they had diarrhea. So lots of diarrhea coming through, yeah, Marie?
Oop, oop, oop.
You do what?
You suck dick.
You sing that song? Yeah, it's catchy as fuck. Yeah. Are you a karaoke girl? What's your genre? Yeah, country maybe.
Nice camping, bro.
Country,
They're
yeah.
camping
My
like
wife,
some
before I got
pussies.
married,
Take
didn't
snipers
realize how
out.
popular country was just across the go, because every song to me just kind of blends together. I
Oh,
never know
Jan's
who's
right here.
singing What the themes, the artist. Every
Good
song
hit,
to me is
good
like
hit.
me and my buddy.
Gotta grab your tag.
We'll take a
Oh my
drive.
god, I'm getting fucked.
Freeway living, got my dog in the back, my best friend in the front. I spilled some sauce on my jeans. Gonna go home and get some new jeans.
Collateral. In the back. Go get those tags.
Today. It's a perfect time for me to tell my wife that I'm
Get them
gay.
tags, Big Dipper.
America.
We're losing.
Even halfway through that fake made-up song, some of you stopped laughing and were like, "Is that Brooks and Dunn?"
Fuck!
I think I've heard that before. You all right? Y'all good, my man? What was that?
That hit me?
You good, man? Yeah, who did that? Where'd that laugh come from? I mean, awesome. I mean, God, there will never be a shortage of guys that just out their friends
so
like that.
fucked there.
Oh, you think he's got a weird laugh? Try to see him fuck the woman he's married to. It's bad, dude. It's bad. I'll tell you about it. Out of nowhere. He's divorced. All right. And what's going on with you, my man? Let me get to, so just me talking about marriage, is that what you laughed at? So yeah, who's the guy that said he's divorced? Who's that? Yeah, what's his name? What is it? T? What's that short for, T? Tenzin. Okay. Storm, I think we found your nemesis. Tenzin? Am I in a hidden camera show right now? Tenzin. Not even close to what I thought you were going to say. Tenzin, what do you do here in Madison, bud? It's work. What's work, man?
Coach high school soccer.
Yeah, how's that working out? Good? How's the squad shaping up? Decent, yeah? Got any superstars leading the charge? Got a couple, yeah. And high school soccer. So this could potentially be the setup for a professional career, more or less? Yeah, okay. That's what I was looking for. They're mostly a bunch of fucking retards. But it's. Now, Tenzin, what's your coaching style, bud? Because you already feel like you're a cutthroat, kind of no holds barred. You offering up your buddy's marital status. Seems like you probably don't hold back when you're trying to deliver some, noteworthy advice and team pep speeches. Would you have kind of a motto that you live by, Tenzin, when you're trying to fire up the squad for a game? And that's what I'm saying. Tenzin, what are you saying? Like, take me through. Let's say real quick. Let's do a little role play. This is the team, right? We're getting ready to play another team, right?
Ooh, Billy Ocean putting him on the
Tenzin,
ground.
here, waiting on beta.
There's another one coming behind you, Billy. Don't let him fuck you
up.
up. Don't let him fuck you up, Billy. No!
Well, I hope you guys listen.
Don't touch Billy.
to practice.
Don't touch Billy.
You can do it, yeah. Yeah, and are you usually this fucked up when you're coaching the kids, Tenzin? Just laughing through every potential piece of hope? I hope you guys listen to what I said yesterday, because I fucking did it. So hopefully you can tell me what I fucking said, and then fucking do that. Where are we?
Where are we going, boys?
That's awesome, dude.
There.
Johnny, have a bachelor party?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, where'd you head off to? Columbia. Oh, shit. All right. That's where we got married. Oh, shit.
I'm with you, Billy.
Bachelor party.
They are
and
trying to
then-
get your
so
ass
you
out of
loved
that
it,
air,
went
Billy.
back, and then you guys tied the knot there? Or did you guys do the bachelor party together?
Oh, there's somebody under me.
The day before.
Yeah. Day before, bachelor party was day before the wedding?
There's a dude.
Thanks, dude. And, that's kind of
Oh,
awesome.
they
Yeah.
got me.
You guys are secure and tight, yeah. And where did you? That's a lot of
Put a
trust
couple
too,
bullets
right?
in his
But
forehead,
Columbia,
though.
I mean, how well did you know the area to be sending John off into the wild like that? Not at all. Yeah, but you're just like fucking go do what you're gonna do and fucking don't tell me. Yeah, yeah. Or no. So Columbia is filled with what? Like what do they kind of pride themselves on when people from the States come through? Culture, yeah. Afro-Caribbean culture.
fuck.
Fuck yeah, dude. And so, so you had a great time, bachelor party. Anything to report on that we might, if we want to, head back that way and have some fun for ourselves? You know what I'm saying? If my man in the corner ever finds love again, or, and he might find himself in some Afro-Caribbean situations.
Yeah. Tell them to go to Medellin.
Medellin. Like, yeah. And what's down there? Okay. Ooh. I mean, how much much were you waiting the entire show to fire that off, dude? This piece of shit came to the show tonight, coked out of his mind, hoping and praying that anything discussed tonight was going to be attached to him being able to go, okay! Yes! I mean... It's not surprising that a cokehead would be like, he's divorced! Coke, man, I haven't done it yet. I've had 20 Capri Suns in 15 minutes. It's a lot of sugar, feels comparable. I was in the Barbie movie for 20 seconds.
You're a fucking pussy, bro. Came right from behind me.
It was cool, yeah. Got to meet Ryan Gosling and Margot Robbie. I played a cop. The scene was like 2.5 minutes, and then they Hollywooded it down. But, you know, shit happens. Never know how it's going to go in the editing process. Took my wife and some homies to a midnight screening. Sitting there. It was basically the scene where they are roller skating the first time in the real world, and they get arrested. Myself and another cop. We had a great scene, a lot of back and forth, a lot of improv, and down to like 2, maybe 3 lines. And sitting there, I pop on screen as a cop, and nudge my wife and go, here we go. And 2 seconds go by, and I go, and there I was. The grind continues. But meeting Gosling was a real treat. This guy's a fucking legend, dude. Just looks like a movie star. Margot as well. And so generous with the back and forth. Gosling was just so enthusiastic about everything I had to say, almost to a condescending level. I mean, shit, but he cared. He was like, in between takes, somebody told me you do stand-up comedy? I was like, yeah, man, like 16 years. Like, dude, it's fucking awesome, man. Good for you, man. You follow your dreams. What, they feed you at the comedy clubs? I was like, yeah, they give you like, you know, chicken tenders and Caesar salads. And he's like, dude, I fucking love chicken tenders, man. I don't eat them clearly, but you do you, dog, you know? Where the fuck are you going? Maybe 40 seconds left in the entire show. I mean, start the poop clock. I mean, moments away from leaving the stage. No, God. Has she been holding it for a hot minute? You had tacos tonight? Wow. Oh. And the award for the guy who's not getting any action later tonight goes to just throwing her under the diarrhea bus. Oh my God. Hey man, chances are I'll be here for the second show too. Oh my God. Appreciate the honesty, man. All right, Steve. That's all she wrote. Did you have a good time?
Yeah, I did.
Fuck yeah. Wouldn't it be great if he was like, not really. I thought you went 20 minutes too long. Steve, are you on Instagram? Can we follow your adventures from here on out? No? No social media? What about the paint business? Let's give your paint business a plug, Steve.
Oh, Body Shop Supply Company.
Body Shop Supply Company. Let's go. Fuck yeah, Steve. And Steve, okay, and so, great. So we just go to bodyshopsupplycompany.com or whatever sort of colors we're looking for. Fuck if I know? Yeah. Ooh. This is the worst pitch for a business I've ever heard.
Come on and see me. I'm the best.
They're behind me.
Come on and see me, I'm the best. All right, one more impression. This is Steve going door to door, pitching his, oh, that was, did you wipe? All right, this is, good to see you. Oh my God, she just goes, thank you, there's speakers in the bathroom. Oh my God.
Oh, they're on top.
Give it up for them, that's love. That is love. You guys are amazing.
Nope.
All right, we gotta get out of here. Last impression. This is Steve going door to door to pitch bottomless.
They're moving left.
What the fuck is it? Bottomless.
There's some
Supply
behind us.
Paint Company. Here we go. Ding dong.
Hello?
Hi, I'm Steve. What's up? Sorry, I'm drunk. Hey, do you like paint? It's okay. Do you like blue? What? All right, come on down and bottom of the fly, paint crap. And we got all sorts of colors, from red to green and purple lime and we got grape. We have grape.
Oh my God!
We have grape. Okay, so I just come on down and just pick all the colors and then you'll paint my house? Hey, fuck if I know, bitch. I don't know. All right, you guys were a blast. Thank you so much. Hope you had a good time tonight. Thank you, Master. I love you. You guys were amazing. Thank you so much.
I tried, guys. I tried, gamers.
You guys were incredible. I love you. Good night. Thank you.
This episode of Whiskey Ginger is brought to you by Rabbit Hole Distillery and their one-of-a-kind Kentucky bourbon and rye whiskeys. I love this sauce. You know I've been talking about it for a while. Behind all this is their founder, Kaveh Zamanian. This dude left a 20-plus year successful career as a psychologist. He went down the rabbit hole himself to craft the finest spirits, and boy, oh boy, did he. Each one of these bourbons is truly unique and original, all distinct, one-of-a-kind recipes, specially malted grains. They're small batch, which I think is the best part about them. And a lot of distilleries make this claim, but they ain't doing it. They say they're gonna do it, but they don't do it. Under 15 barrels, all right? That's pretty impressive. That's extreme small batch, ensuring quality in every single drop, all right? A lot of people say toasted. They ain't toasted or charred. Rabbit Hole always is. I do love this sauce. The High Gold is like one of my favorites. I keep going back to the High Gold. It's their high rye double malt bourbon. This stuff is so good. It's comforting. It's smooth. I love the look of this bottle. It's easily grabbable depending on how big your mitts are. But they have 4 different expressions. The Boxer Grail Sour Mash Rye, that Cave Hill, that 4-grain triple malt, the OG, and of course, one of the most special that they always promote, because I think it is good sauce, it's the Sherry Finished Bourbon, the Derringer PX Sherry Finished Bourbon in those casks, those Pedro Jimenez casks. So you got to do yourself a favor and drink up some of this stuff. It's easy to find, easy to get. They're sold everywhere. And it's supporting one of the little guys. There's big powerhouses in whiskey. I really love these guys because Rabbit Hole does it their own way. It's their own vibe, and it is delicious. Go pick some up. 4 different flavors to choose from, baby. Go to rabbitholedistillery.com, rabbitholedistillery.com/buy now. Use that promo code RABBIT for $5 off your first order. rabbitholedistillery.com/buy now. Rabbit for $5 off your first order. Drink responsibly. What up, Whiskey Ginger fans? Welcome back to the show. If it's your first time joining the show, welcome to the show. We got a good one for you today. Like my man Steve Harvey done say, it's Adam Ray. And that rhymed. I did it again. And that one rhymed. Love this dude. He has a special live from Portland on YouTube. Go check it out. It'll be in the description down below. Also, Jeremy's House. Very funny. A character he plays featuring... But they ain't doing it. They say they're going to do it, but they don't do it. Under 15 barrels, all right? That's pretty impressive. That's extreme small batch, ensuring quality in every single drop, all right? A lot of people say toasted. They ain't toasted or charred. Rabbit Hole always is. I do love this sauce. The High Gold is like one of my favorites. I keep going back to the High Gold. It's their high rye double malt bourbon. This stuff is so good.
Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we are doing a listener submission. I've been seeing this pop up a lot. It's called Tommy Taffy, and here's the funny thing about that. We've never read this one before. I've never heard of it. I had to go through about 3 18 and up prompts to even see text for this story. So I just want to say, you know, that's your warning, I guess. I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
I told you I've never heard this story before. I could be lying. And the number of 18 plus warnings would indicate something I would lie about. So keep that in mind as we get into it. Also, hi, everyone.
All I see here is it's just on r/NoSleep. It just says his name was Tommy Taffy. I don't even want to do any little preamble. I just kind of want to dive in.
I have no idea what it says. At the beginning, there's a link to another story that when I click on it also gives me an 18 up warning. So
good.
It says some of you may read my son's account. So maybe the son's account is like the same story from their perspective or something. I don't know. I also will say that the audience has been batting 0 for 0 so far.
That's true.
They've all sucked. So we'll see if you all keep up that. I also want to mention that in the last episode, upon watching the upload, a lot of my impeccable Jeff Goldblum impression was cut from the final level. And I equate that to the burning of the Library of Alexandria. I think that is perfect art that should not be tampered with. So, this is your warning. I am going to insert it into any location I can through this story and make it impossible for the editor to catch all of them, okay? Because I'm mad and will continue to be mad.
Yeah, people will talk of the deletion of the Jeff Goldblum impression, much like Greeks wearing like robes talked about the burning of Alexandria. It'll have that infamy.
I think there were literally like 20 minutes of me sitting here talking in a Jeff Goldblum voice that never made it. Just me going, could be a dead child.
Could be a dead child.
Me and my son, Benjamin.
Well, I say without further ado, let's hop into his name was Tommy Taffy.
Tommy Taffy. I'm just glad that you can't do that Cleverbot voice this time. I wanted to punch the monitor. I was getting so mad.
Cleverbot was the low point for sure.
That whole story just became you and I like reading lines, and then you like making me upset with your line reading. I felt violent there for a while.
It was pulling teeth. It was pulling teeth is what it was. And here's the thing. A lot of people, like I said, have suggested this story. It's been probably out of the last couple, I'd say the last couple weeks, I've seen it more so than others. We have a list of stuff like Stolen Tongues, and my wife is peeking around me from corners, but I do think Tommy Taffy has been more requested so far. Okay. And I just want to say that people's nostalgia do a crazy, crazy thing with, stories they like. So don't take these bad stories personally. It's just it is what it is. Also, these are all random internet users. A lot of them are not professional writers or anything, and we understand that. We're just here to have fun. And I just wanted to say once again, before we get into this, I had to click through 4 active firewalls, verify my age 7 different times. I don't know what the hell happened.
We're getting fucking smacked.
I feel like something bad's gonna happen. So that's your warning as well. I know people want us to put some kind of warnings up as well. That's the only warning I can give. Other than that, I have no idea.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt somewhere. But our
nice Oreos twice now
because it's bad, and they know it'll be bad.
I'm gonna cut this bitch ass up when I see him, I swear to God.
Has some kind of sexual exploitation, which they can't get enough.
And get your bitch ass, bro. I should have fucking sliced him.
In our audience is beginning to dwindle.
Yeah, beginning to?
It is. It's completely depleted.
Yeah, that's more like
They're on a razor's edge with me right now, all right? It is that thin. Okay, let's dive in.
Let's get into it. So, and also, before we get into it, everyone who is liking us and watching us on audio platforms, please continue to do so. It helps, I think.
Oh my.
So, we have a bunch of people who show up now in the comments who are like, who are you people? Why is this in my recommended? So I think that's what's causing it. So keep it up.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
If you're driving to work, feel free to throw this up on Spotify, Apple Podcast, all that kind of stuff. It really does go a long way. And also wanted to throw this in before we get too deep into all this, and before I forget, within the next coming weeks, we should have our first merch drop. So be on the lookout for that. I'm hoping within the next episode or so.
Yeah, if you all enjoyed the hat I was wearing last time and forgot to mention that I was wearing the hat, that was
oh my god,
promo,
dude,
so
that guy
I just
is
hadn't on and never
unkillable.
said anything about it. That hat might potentially be part of it, so stay tuned for that.
Yes.
All right, let's get into it. His name was Tommy Taffy.
Tommy Taffy.
Okay, so after beginning to read his name was Tommy Taffy, it turns out that that is a prequel, which you all did not tell us about, and is entirely your fault. So we're going to read the original story, and if it's not stupid, we will then read his name was Tommy Taffy. You guys would give us a sequel first to be like, oh, this is great, this is awesome. Watch it. So now, forget that his name was Tommy Taffy. In a sudden change on the field, we're moving into the third parent.
The third parent, aka it's also known as the Smiling Man, is what I'm seeing here as well. Oh, apparently they made a movie about this too. IMDb 2024, it just came out this year.
What did you guys recommend us do? Okay, we're gonna read the third parent. We're gonna read the third
How,
parent.
dude? A
Well,
whole
fuck it, I don't
clip.
even know anymore. Third parent. Let's go.
Third parent.
Let's go.
Okay, here we go. Third parent. This is your. It's already off to a traumatic start, and it's the audience's fault this time. I can't be blamed for it. Okay.
Yes.
All right. My name is Matt, and my childhood wasn't normal. Not by any stretch of the word. Something happened to my family that is almost impossible to understand.
How?
But I'm going to try my best to explain those 5 years. 5 years of my life I spent in terror. 5 years we all lived in fear. 5 years we'll never get back. My father, Spence, wasn't a very strong man, both physically and
so bad.
mentally. He was the type of dad who often let our mother speak for both of them. Now, he wasn't a complete pushover, but he often was content to just go with the flow rather than alter it. He worked hard and dedicated his free time to us, his family.
Where are you, Oreos?
He made sure our needs were taken care of. Soft assurances, the unseen foundation of our family. My mother, Megan, was the head of our house. She was outspoken, independent, and extremely loyal to all of us. She loved my father's quiet ways, and even from a young age, I could see the chemistry flowing strong between them. My little sister, Stephanie, was a year younger than I. She looked up to me, and my father always told me it was my responsibility to look after her.
Fuck you with your shotgun.
We got along as best we could. And even though I gave her all kinds of brotherly hardship, I did love her. We lived in a suburban middle-class community, a complete stock photo of the American dream. My father worked a respectable 9-to-5 job while my mother taught yoga classes out of the house. It was a neat life, organized and structured. Everything was discussed, considered, and acted upon as a family. It was a good home to grow up in. But that was before he showed up. That was before the third parent.
Ooh, kind of like that little intro, huh?
Yeah, that feels good. I like it.
What if this whole story is just the parents just are in a cuck relationship?
I do.
Fuck you, dude.
18 up warnings are kind of scary.
I'm wondering. I don't know.
I'm a little afraid.
There's a lot of different elements here, right? There's a lot of red flags. Let me just say that. One,
You're
my
so
little
annoying,
sister
Oreos.
Stephanie was a year younger than I.
How did I
you're
not
setting
even
up
fucking
all those
see
different
him?
characters? You never know, right? You even have the mom. Well, there's also a thing too. Did you ever have a friend whose parents ran any kind of business out of their house?
Yeah, my parents did that. My dad.
I had a buddy whose mom did.
Nice
hairdressing
job,
in her
Oreos. You
basement.
suck
It was like
dick,
a nice
bitch.
studio area, and there was like a staircase that went down from the outside of the house down to their basement.
Up
So you didn't
top,
have to
be
actually
careful.
go through their home. Is what I mean.
Yeah.
But what was crazy was one of the sons of that person's mom broke into their house one night and like actually rummaged through the house while everyone was sleeping.
Oh.
And I'm wondering, it's just that like the narrator saying, "Oh, my mom ran a yoga class." I was like, "Oh shit!" Like it made me immediately go
I
to
see
that.
what you're saying. Yeah.
So I don't know. That sent a little shiver up my spine. And also just the line too. That was before the third parent. Is just that line goes pretty hard.
The third parent's an ominous enough like title, you know, that it kind of gives you a direction of like, you know, a kid, adult doesn't really understand it. But yeah, that's a good. It's kind of like the you know, the thing, the unknown kind of concept. Yeah, that's a good intro. I dig it. It is a little.
Yeah.
It's a little, you know, methodical in being like, this is my dad, this is my mom, this is my sister. But I think that's fine. You know,
the biggest thing is
you're a pussy.
I just want to say, I'm a little nervous. Is all I gotta say. I'm a little nervous. The amount of times I had to verify my age to read this story.
Oh, I'm scared.
Has made me nervous. All right, I am nervous.
I am afraid.
Ooh, okay, so this is an older one. It's July 1989 is the next text heading.
July 1989. Oh, sitting at the dinner table.
Oh my God!
Cooking. It was his turn tonight, and my stomach roared for his rosemary chicken. My sister, Stephanie, lay on her stomach in the living room coloring. Her golden blonde hair fell across her shoulders in waves, and she looked up at me, smiling. She extended what she had been working on, and I nodded, completely unimpressed.
She was a terrible
artist. That's such a brother thing, though.
Yeah, exactly. Stephanie was always terrible at drawing bears, but she always insisted on doing so.
She sniffed at me and continued her sketch.
What?
You're a pussy, Oreos.
Kids,
He's coming for A. He's coming for A.
Yeah, like.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if she was like smelling him. I was like, what the fuck is going on with this family, dude?
Everything's normal so far.
Go B.
Yeah, so far. My mother walked in the kitchen, pulling her hair back from her freshly showered face.
Everyone gone?
My father asked from the stove. My mother nodded.
Yes, Spence. The house is ours again. It's so much better teaching yoga in the basement. So much cooler. I'm glad we finished the basement over the winter. My clients are relieved as well.
No, come on.
Dude, it's another basement thing. What did I say? Creepy. Don't like that. Mom, can you sit down so we can eat?
I begged for my spot at the table. My mother turned to me and laughed.
Matt, the hungriest 6-year-old this side of the Mississippi. Why don't you ask your dad to hurry up? He's the one cooking.
I will say...
You're a pussy, Mad Money.
I'm not saying this is a hater. I've not activated hater mode. I like it so far. But the dialogue is kind of funny. Of like, wow, I sure am glad we installed that basement. Sure is hot outside. Oh, my little 6-year-old son. Why don't you ask him, you know?
My 6-year-old boy.
Oh my fucking God!
This side of the Mississippi.
Got 3 people camping there.
Over to your father. Well, he's the one who's cooking the pork chops.
It's like how an alien thinks that like normal
such a
like
pussy.
family
Fuck you,
interactions
suck dick.
go, you know?
Yeah.
No hate. It's all well and good. This is perfectly fine. But that just made me laugh. Hungry as 6-year-old.
Come on.
I placed my forehead
Why?
on his lip.
Why?
Dad,
Oh my God. I was right on top of B and it wasn't fucking capping anything.
Matt, don't be crazy.
You're crazy.
I muttered, not looking up.
Nuh-uh.
She said, sticking her tongue out at me.
All right.
My father said, turning from the stove. In his hands, he held a steaming platter of chicken.
Come sit down, Steph. The food's ready.
Ordered my sister. The sight of the seasoned meat causing me
That
to
shit gave me
salivate.
cancer,
I thought
thanks.
that was the dad's line for a second. So
I did too.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
the
sorry.
idea of the
Yeah,
boy.
let me
No,
reread that.
no.
God,
You
that
have
was
to leave it.
fucking
The boy being like, "Come sit down, Steph."
A 6-year-old boy. Come sit down,
Fuck me.
Steph. The food's
Fuck me all
ready.
game.
The chicken
All game. I
activated
got Oreos in my
puberty.
ass.
I just gained another ball.
That's the 4th one this week.
That's testicular torsion if I've ever seen it.
As she pulled herself from the floor, my mother taking a place beside me, we all froze as someone knocked on the front door. My mother and father exchanged puzzled looks. My dad placed the food down on the table and told us all to hold on a minute. Groaning, I watched him walk to the front door. He peeked through the keyhole, and I saw him visibly tense. His whole body cementing like a statue.
He peeked through the keyhole of the door?
Oh, I didn't even catch that. That is kind of...
I wonder if they just mean like the little hole in the middle of the door, but the keyhole makes it seem like it's where you
literally the
actually put
keyhole, yeah. Like it's the 1600s, yeah.
Spence, who is it?
My mother asked. My father slowly turned back around to us, all blood draining from his face. His eyes were wide and I saw fear dilate his pupils. He licked his lips, shot Stephanie and I a look.
Spence?
My mom pressed, her face contorting with concern.
No. This can't happen. Not again.
I heard him whisper, staring off into the middle distance. The door shook as another series of knocks echoed through the house. My mom stood, her voice cracking with contagious fear.
Spence, who is it? What's going on? I'm so sorry.
My father mumbled, clutching his stomach, his face a pale sheet.
I have to let him in.
Before any of us could say anything else, my dad turned and opened the door. Dying sunlight blinded me, and I squinted to see who our unannounced visitor was.
Hi, I'm Tommy Taffy. It's good to see you again, Spence.
I watched as my father slowly backed away from the open door. A man entered our house and shut the door behind him. My young mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing, but even at that young age, I knew something wasn't right with this unexpected guest. He was about 6 feet and had a shock of golden hair cut tight along his scalp. He wore khaki shorts and a white t-shirt that said, "Hi!" in red cartoon font.
I'm picturing like
Yay!
a youth
I
pastor or
love
something.
getting shot in my face with shotguns.
He's like a guy wearing
It's so
khakis.
fun.
I imagine they didn't say this, but khakis. I imagine Birkenstocks with tube socks on, and he has like blonde hair pulled back super tight, probably into a ponytail. I also picture him wearing like the it's like the glasses that also turn into sunglasses when you go outside.
Mm-hmm.
That
Nice, nice camping.
That wasn't what
Just
caught
sitting
my eye.
down, head
It was
glitching
the
everywhere.
skin. It was completely
He's on the left side.
devoid of pores. A
He's
perfectly
on the left
smooth,
side, Slagle. Yep.
creamy texture that looked almost like soft plastic.
How? I shot him in his fucking
His
head! Oh
mouth
my
a tearful
god.
cut along his cheeks, revealing a white strip of teeth.
Love it.
But they weren't teeth. It was just a smooth, edgeless rub.
You're a pussy, bro. You're a
like
fucking
he
pussy.
had a mouth guard on. His nose was just a slight rise out of his face, like a doll, void of nostrils. And his eyes were twin puddles of sparkling blue, shining out at us from his flawless, eerie face. They were wide, like he was in a constant state of surprise.
Yo,
and they shifted
you
around
guys
the
are
room
gonna
to
just
look at us
camp
in
this
quick,
whole game.
jarring motion.
Every corner.
Interesting. How do you feel about that description?
So, devoid of pores, like it's uncharacteristically smooth, right?
I'm almost thinking like an action figure, or like a vinyl
That
figure
is
or
what
something
kind of
like
I think, because the way he said that he had like a slicked back golden hair
So whack.
reminds me of like the way action figures are just are like painted blonde on the top of their head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it feels like he's like a mannequin almost.
Yeah, almost like a dummy or like some kind of like ventriloquist puppet or something. It's like just kind of weird.
You know those like videos you'll see of like, I think he made a video about it, but like those extreme plastic surgery cases.
Yeah.
Of people who like remove any semblance of like humanity or like lived experience from their body.
I don't
Kind of
wanna play
reminds me
anymore.
of that.
Yeah. Something very uncanny, unnatural, especially it's like you're able to see it almost immediately. The deal too about it kind of makes you think of, I can't remember if it's Robin Williams. It was this movie called Bicentennial Man, but Robin Williams plays like a robot, and in that movie, the robot version of Robin Williams is very smooth. It just looks like a weird toy.
Yeah, I'm getting
It's
damaged
odd.
while I'm in cover.
It's making me think of that.
Yeah, I see. It does kind of remind me of that.
Also, how weird is that he's like not again? We have to let him in, which obviously we're getting ready to dive into as well, but. That would freak me out. If my dad said that and then a Funko Pop.
Yo, I'm good.
Man
Goodbye,
walked
guys.
in,
This
that would
is so
fuck me
fucking
up.
trash.
Yeah, if your dad's like,
Holy
I'm so
fuck.
sorry.
Holy
I have
fuck,
to
you're
let
an
him
Giant
in.
Funko box comes through the door.
Yeah, no thanks.
Daddy, I thought you said you were done collecting Funko Pops. I was. I thought I was.
His smile widened, and he raised a flawless hand to us at the table.
Impossible.
Hi, I'm Tommy Taffy.
I want to.
It's good to meet you.
My computer.
I noticed he didn't have any
pieces
fingernails
while I
or
play this
skin
fucking
defects. No wrinkles or bruises. Nothing. It was like he was a living, talking, human-sized doll. Okay, well, we beat the story to that
I
point.
can't
We were
close this game
smarter.
fast enough.
Yeah.
He was a living,
shit.
talking,
I'm going back on
human-sized Funko Pop.
His head was insanely large, larger than his
His head was
torso.
very large. His eyes were as black as space.
Man, how scary would that be? Like a human whose
That would be
head's
fucking
like,
horrifying.
That'd be pretty freaky, wouldn't it? Yeah.
That would be horrifying.
Like him coming down the hallway screaming at you.
Yeah, he's like breaking the walls because his heads keep hitting each side of the hallway.
Mom!
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Wait! Today's episode is sponsored by Aura. You know, on this podcast, we cover a lot of things that are spooky, scary, I would even say. But there's really nothing more horrifying than getting your personal information stolen. Oh my God! Lurking in the dark corners of the internet, there are people trying to access your name, your email, your home address, your health records, and even the names of your family.
Not based. Not Sigma Ohio Rizzler.
It might start off like a
gang
simple
gang.
interaction, like, you know, somebody at a gas station trying to talk to
wavy.
you like you're from out of town.
None of
But
that.
data brokers are looking to sell your information to scammers
Fat
all
L.
the time. And that's why you need Aura. Aura shows me which data brokers are selling my information and kicks them to the curb. Aura also protects me from hackers trying to get into social media and bank accounts. Recently, AT&T revealed that over 73 million customer records were released on the dark web. And they said that the best way to prevent this from happening is with strong passwords, account monitoring, and setting up fraud alerts. Luckily, Aura does this all for me in one simple app with a low, low cost. The best part is when anything like this happens, I know my information is safe and secure and always protected. Fear no breach with Aura, and go to aura.com/creepcast or check the description to start your free 2-week trial today. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this episode, and back to the episode.
Spence?
My mother croaked. Recognition blooming in her eyes.
It's going to be okay, Megan. Let's just be polite to our new guest, okay?
The man, Tommy, cocked his head towards my father. My dad took a step back, raising his hands.
I mean our new friend.
The frozen smile never left Tommy's molded face. There was no humor in his strange laugh. It sounded like he was clearing his throat or imitating a really bad chuckle. It was too pronounced, each syllable sounding too deliberate. My father forced a smile onto his face.
I meant...
He looked desperately at my mother, who offered him no help, her body frozen in absolute fear.
I meant meet your new parent, kids.
Man, this is...
What the fuck?
This is freaky. Oh,
yeah, this
gosh.
is kind of fucking me up, actually. Also, I'd say, Dad, you're a coward.
Imagine being a 6-year-old at that age, right?
Yeah, a 6-year-old. Well, hold on, Isaiah. Not only a 6-year-old, but the hungriest 6-year-old this side of the Mississippi.
That's true.
And you're like, oh, now I have a new daddy who's hopefully cooks me better fucking chicken than this goon.
Man, it'd be funny if like it goes to the kid to speak and he's like, I just finished my chicken. Like he's just eating this whole time.
Yeah. But I finished my plate and I was already putting it in the sink.
Now I can
he's
recognize
like,
how awful the situation was.
Now I'm just imagining the main character. He's just like this morbidly obese child.
I'm hungry.
Stephanie, who was standing by her mother, frowned.
He's not our dad. You are. Then why does he look so funny? Stephanie!
My mother hissed, gripping my sister's shoulder. Tommy laughed and walked forward to crouch in front of Stephanie.
It's not nice to make fun of people who look different, is it?
My sister looked at her feet, blushing. Tommy tasseled her hair.
It's okay. Look up, kiddo. We're going to get along just fine. I'm going to help your parents raise you. It's a big job being a mommy and a daddy. Sometimes mommy and daddies need help.
I immediately don't like this. I'm immediately scared.
I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm letting you know right now. I'm actually unsettled.
Yeah.
And I'm like the giant red flags before we started reading it of being like, turn back.
You don't understand. Literally like 5 times it was like, are you 18? Not safe for work. Are you an adult? Please find something else to read.
You know what's fucked up is even when I was like thinking about how we're joking about this, I still pictured the main kid just like he's like grabbing his mom's plate now and he's eating that chicken too.
Like he's over there like the Tasmanian devil, like
Yeah, there's like a tiny tornado going around the kitchen.
Tommy turned to my parents, that ever-present plastic smile stretching his face.
I helped their mommy and daddies raise them. Isn't that right, Spence? Megan.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, God. Immediately, like obviously it's uncanny with his visuals, right? I know. It's uncanny with his visuals, but now you're like, oh. Tommy's like,
Tommy's like,
I'm 685 years old.
Can we reach Jeff the Killer? Or something. I'm scared.
Yeah, no shit. This is gonna get bad. What a great line, though. I helped their mommy and daddies raise them. That's crazy.
Megan pulled Stephanie away as my father nodded nervously.
That's right, kids. He did.
Tommy smiled and turned to me. I was still sitting at the table, taking the odd scene in. I didn't understand what was happening. Didn't know who this weird-looking man was or what he wanted. What he was saying didn't make sense, but my parents seemed to know him, so I kept my speculations to myself. Oh, that's terrible. The kid's like, well, mom and dad trust him, so, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, how fucking real is that, though, for a kid?
Yeah, I don't, gosh.
And you must be mad,
Tommy said, walking over to me. I didn't look at him, training my eyes to stare at my empty plate. I suddenly wasn't hungry anymore. I could feel the strange man beside me, his presence filling my head. I looked at my lips and felt my heart begin to race. I didn't like this intruder. Something about him felt dangerous. Tommy walked behind me, chuckling, his hands sliding over my slender shoulders.
No, it looks like we have a shy one. That's okay. I'll help him with that.
Connor, I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
He said to my parents, his fingers dug into my skin and I winced, but kept my mouth shut.
Don't touch him!
My mother hissed, eyes going wide. Tommy looked up at her, mouth stretched. My dad outstretched his hand, alarmed.
Don't be so rude, Megan.
Tommy continued to stare at my mother, who nervously lowered her eyes.
Are you staying for dinner?
Stephanie suddenly asked, breaking the tense silence. The eerie doll man let go of my shoulders, one of his hands sliding across my cheek and into my hair.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, yes. I'll be here for quite a while.
Did you all tell us to
one
just
of his
flat
hands sliding across my cheek and into my hair? My God,
Is this
dude.
flat out about just like
I
a
think.
child predator?
I think.
Why would you all give us this? If that's what this is going
to. God damn it!
We were doing good. We went like 5 episodes with no child predators. It was doing good.
They're all sons of bitches.
1999. Okay, we did 3. We did 3 without it happening. That was pretty
Basically
good for
2
us.
months.
Basically 2 months. Yeah, we were doing great because it was Pen Pal.
He's wearing a
and then
Waffle
we
House
had
shirt.
3, and then it was
Fucking
1999.
Wendigoon.
And now we have 3, and now it's back.
I don't like that. I don't like this. Here's the thing, Isaiah. With that last sentence of one of his hands sliding across my cheek into my hair.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. The implication.
That physically
whatever.
hurts.
But I'm just gonna pray that maybe, and I know this is fucked up to say, but maybe he just like breaks the kid's legs or something.
Breaks the kid's fucking legs. Oh my God.
I'm gonna pray he just breaks the kid's legs.
Just smash the kid's fingers and be done with it. Let's have it be one of those stories, please.
That is an all-time Creepcast quote. That's really good.
Also, I just want to say too, before we keep going, I just want to say once again, you all have been warned. You cannot be mad at us with whatever has happened. Okay, whatever happens from here on out, we don't know. But I would just assume abandon all hope, ye who enter here, is what I would say.
Okay, and that was how Tommy Taffy entered our lives. At 6 years old, I didn't know any better than to seriously question what was happening. Even though my parents acted unsettled at his arrival, their constant assurances that he was a friend pushed away any lingering doubt I had. As the days turned into weeks, I began to grow accustomed to Tommy's presence in our house. My initial fear slowly receded to weary caution. I soon learned that Tommy didn't like company. Whenever my mother had her yoga classes, Tommy would pull her off into a corner and whisper something to her. I would watch all this with silent eyes. I would see my mother's face grow pale and she would nod, whispering back unknown assurances. Then Tommy would turn, an ever-present smile plastered on his face, and walk upstairs until the class was over. My parents told Stephanie and I that we weren't to talk about Tommy to our friends. Outside of the house, Tommy wasn't a part of our lives. I don't know why, but both my sister and I obeyed.
I mean, not to keep stopping, but do you think this is like reading as the way that people, I guess, hold traumatic experiences, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's immediately what I thought of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems just one of those things where it's like, don't tell anybody. It's none of your business. And then now it's just one of those things that becomes normalized.
Don't mention it outside of the house now. Yeah.
Just a disgusting thing like that.
It immediately makes me sad, and I hate everyone who suggested such things. So
we're not even into the actual story really yet, besides the intro, and I'm like disgusted. My stomach is
yeah,
turning.
I'm pretty upset already. So thanks everyone. I appreciate this. I should know better than to listen to you people.
I'm not going to anymore. I'm not going to anymore.
We could be reading Psychosis
I feel
right
so
now.
naive.
We could be reading Psychosis or Slender Man or something goofy, but no, here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are. Okay. Another thing I noticed was that Tommy never ate. He would sit at the table with us, but he never partook in the meal. Stephanie asked him once if he was ever hungry, and Tommy just smiled at her silently and stroked her head. Oh, gosh.
Oh, damn, dude. God.
Oh, that image of a smiling plastic man being asked a question and just staring at her like these giant eyes and just reaching over to touch her. Like,
yeah.
I will say that as far as like a horror piece, incredibly effective so far. Like from
like the idea of like a doll man.
Yeah.
Like an immortal doll man. And then also the weird thing, would it be systematic or I guess generational trauma?
It'd be generational, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the generational trauma is fucking crazy from this weird candle man.
Okay. During the evenings, he would gather our family into the living room and give us a short lesson on how to be a good person. My parents never spoke during these talks, just sat next to us, nodding. Tommy told us not to make fun of others, to love our friends and enemies, and always help those in need. He told us that's why he was here with us, to help my parents raise us. That we could come talk to him if we had a problem at school or didn't know how to handle certain situations. It went on like this for a month, and that's when my mother lost it. I feel ill. This is...
I just want to say it's very unsettling. Like it's very effective.
Oh,
like,
it's great. It's great from a horror perspective. Yeah, they're killing it for sure. But that being said, I don't like that they're killing it right now.
Yeah, no shit.
Because it makes me upset.
Because I am uncomfy.
Because I was having a good day and I'm not all of a sudden all at once. And I think the reason for that this little story. Okay. August 1989. My father had just arrived home from work and I was sitting at the kitchen table doing my homework. My mother was cooking dinner and Stephanie was practicing her dance for an upcoming school play. She was going to be a ballerina and had 3 weeks to learn a few simple spins and twirls. She had been diligently practicing over the past few days, but just couldn't get it right. She was young and her temper was getting the better of her. That's when Tommy decided to help her. He had been sitting on the couch watching her when suddenly he rose and stood behind my sister, on her, placing his hands gently over her shoulders.
Oh god, dude! You know what's
so
I have to be the fucking guy's voice.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Let me help, sweetie.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you have to be that voice. Good.
Let me help, sweetie.
He cooed, his voice carrying a cheerful note. My mother spun around from the stove and I saw her visibly tense. She didn't like Tommy touching us. This is I know where it's going. I know where it has to be going. The 18 content warnings tell me where this is going.
What I wouldn't give to just have him be like more of like a Looney Tunes character and just has like a cast iron skillet and he just like beats the shit out of the children with the cast iron skillet. That would be so much more digestible.
I would be thrilled if he dropped an anvil on one of the kids.
Oh god, absolutely.
That would hit like drug at the moment. It would be awesome. But no, we don't get that.
No, oh, absolutely not.
She gripped the wooden spoon in her hand until her knuckles went white, watching as Tommy crouched and cupped Stephanie's body with his. He took her hands in his from behind and guided her arms and waist, his cheek pressing gently against my sister's.
Ew.
Fucking bomb! Beat his ass!
I imagine though that like Tommy's like some monster, right? You can't kill him.
I'm assuming that he is wearing a costume or something.
Oh.
I'm assuming that there is something inside. I don't necessarily believe that he is actually just a doll. I think it is some kind of entity that is dressed up as a man. hinting that also I'm thinking that as a predator standpoint from the story that I think it's trying to do is that monsters wear masks or whatever.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Predators wear masks and stuff, which is why I think it's supposed to be uncanny like that reason. But I do think like I don't know if it's going to be paranormal. I don't know if it's going to be. Well, I don't know what avenue they're going, but I do think it is like something that is not human. Tommy, let her learn on her own.
Mom said, her voice shaking. Tommy didn't even look at her, just kept guiding my sister. I could hear my father coming down the stairs, freshly changed from a day at the office. Tommy spun my sister, and for the first time, she knelt to twirl, her little feet twisting her body in a complete circle. Tommy clapped his hands once and then leaned down and kissed Stephanie on the cheek.
Good girl.
Don't do that!
My mother shrieked, dropping the spoon, her face draining of blood. I jumped in my seat at the table and swallowed hard. I didn't know why my mom was getting so upset. He was just helping her.
Oh, you naive little son of a bitch.
Oh, he's 6. Yeah, that's the point. They don't understand what's happening.
Well, especially him, 6 years old. He's
what
like,
is
well,
with
why?
us reading stories that are representational of like childhood abuse? Why does that keep happening?
There's a lot of horrifying things, whatever, but I just think, is there anything more horrifying than this? I mean, it's hard to pinpoint.
I think I would transfer my paycheck to the author if all of a sudden Kyle from Baraska just walked in the door. I was like, yo, this chicken sucks.
Yo, Mr. T, is it my turn to dance with you yet?
You've got sandwiches.
Puts on I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It by Katy Perry. He's like, damn, that chicken smells sweet.
In my mind, Kyle's there right now, making this better.
He's becoming my guardian angel.
He's my comfort character, yeah.
He's the big safety blanket. Yeah.
I also knew deep down that it was a bad idea to yell at the new member of our family. It was the gut instinct of a child, a gentle warning that rumbled in my head. Tommy stood.
One thing I do like about this story, though, is that he never lashes back out. He just laughs, and that's how you know that he's like, that's the wrong answer.
Yep. Uh-oh, bad decision.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's like just like a little uncanny warning.
Menacing. So menacing.
It's literally like it's like a rattlesnake rattling their tail.
Yes,
it reminds me of that.
Oh, man. My father was standing at the foot of the stairs now, frozen, unsure what to make of the confrontation.
Megan, what's wrong?
He asked. My mother's eyes never left Tommy.
Spence, I can't do this anymore. I can't keep pretending everything is all right.
We know what the monster is. We know what he did to our town all those years ago. I want him out of our house.
My father's eyes went wide, panic blooming in his face.
Megan.
He licked his lips, eyes darting back and forth at all of us.
Don't be rude. Tommy has been a big help.
My mom grit her teeth.
Stop that. Stop pretending we want him here. I can't watch this happen. I want him out.
Very slowly, Tommy walked into the kitchen, stood in front of my mother. He looked down at her, his perfect blue eyes shining like crystal moons. His voice was like frozen silk.
Megan, would you come down to the basement with me? I need to have a few words with you.
Oh, that's good.
My mother took a step back.
Get away from me. Get away from my family. You're not welcome here anymore.
She turned desperate eyes to my father.
Spence, do something.
My dad raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I could see he was terrified.
What a pussy. Fuck him, dude.
Realistically, okay, let's say that this thing is some kind of monster demon. I don't know what happened when Spence was a kid. Maybe the prequel will lean into that, right?
Right.
Maybe like a whole town like shot at him or something and it did nothing. Who knows, right?
Sure.
But I would think you would be there just unloading into this thing, right?
Yeah.
Surely.
I mean, the thing about it is that even if the action is futile, it's just the act of like you want these people, especially parents, especially the mom is actually being like, fuck this, I'm not doing this anymore. She's standing up for not only her family but for you know, or herself and her family. And now the dad is just like, oh, I don't know. You want him to like go up and be like, yeah, no, get the fuck out of here. And even if it's futile, they did the right thing.
What if,
this character.
hold on, what if like if someone does that, if the family simultaneously like get out, what if he just kills the family?
That begs the, well, here's the thing. That begs the question of, is it worth figuring out, like, is it worth dying over being in a perpetual tormented hell? Like, if
he said it's only 5 years. He said it's 5 years.
It's a long time.
That is a long time,
I
but
mean, like,
is that worth living
I
for?
understand is,
you know?
Well, that's just the thing, though, too. It just depends on how you, what kind of, if this is going down into the trauma that we're getting ready to go into, right? That 5 years could completely destroy a person's entire life, trust with other people. These kind of things shape you entirely as who you are. I'm not advocating for like the death, obviously. I'm just saying that like it just depends. Like, what kind of life have the mom and dad been living, right?
This begs an interesting question I haven't really thought of. What level of pain would you allow your family to go through if the alternative was they die?
It's hard.
That's a heavy question, you know?
Very subjective. I mean, it just depends per person. You would like to think that if it's something that, listen, if like, this is so fucked up. If Tommy Taffy was a Looney Tunes character who's just like, I'm going to break your kid's legs, but they won't die.
Yeah.
And if it was just like this torturous thing, I would probably be like, okay, I'm sorry. And like my kids would probably be like, you let that happen. But I'm like, well, it's better than you being gone forever.
You're alive.
Versus, hey, this thing is going to fundamentally destroy your brain. And like, you'll never be able to trust anyone again. Like, it just depends. I don't know. I really don't know. That's like such a, heavy question.
It is an insanely uncomfortable question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Stephanie was watching from the living room, her lip quivering, eyes watering. I suddenly wanted to go comfort her, but I felt glued to my chair.
Come on now, Megan. Just a quick word. Fuck you.
My mother spat. I gasped, heart dropping into my stomach. I never heard my mother swear before, and it scared me stiff. Man, a kid in that situation, that's what scares him. Oh, man. This is what I get for making fun of the dialogue being hammy at the beginning. This is my fault.
Well, you know what's funny is that they really only had that hammy dialogue for two lines.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And then it's immediately just
nosedive. It was just cheesy enough because I like this back and forth. Like, I think it's very suspenseful.
Suddenly, Tommy grabbed my mother by the back of the neck, a smile never leaving his face, and yanked her to the basement door.
Spence, stop him! Help me!
My mother screamed, helplessly trying to remove Tommy's iron grip from her. Tommy shot my dad a look that froze him where he stood.
I'm sorry, Megan. We need to do what he says.
He cried.
That's so fucked.
What a fucking pussy. That's so, ugh.
I'm like depressed right now.
This is, God.
This was like a pound of bricks just thrown at me all at once. Stephanie was now openly crying, hands at her sides, tears running down her face. I felt sick as I watched Tommy open the basement door and drag my mother down into the darkness. The door slammed closed behind them. It was silent for a few minutes, and then the screams began. I never heard my mother scream before, and the sound of it shattered me. My father ran into the kitchen, scooped me up into his arms, and snatched up Stephanie and his other one. He marched us upstairs into his bedroom and dumped us onto the bed. We sat huddled like that for hours, none of us speaking a word. My mother continued to scream. Finally, long after the sunset, we heard the basement door open.
Mom's sleeping in the basement tonight,
Tommy called out.
Wow. Let me ask you, like, are you as upset with the dad as I am?
Yeah, I think that guy should be dead. Yeah, 100%. I think realistically, let's say Tommy is like a demon or, you know, something adjacent, right? You can't kill it. What you would do if he grabs your wife is you take the kids outside, tell them to run, tell them to go, you know, wherever, something like that.
Yeah, and then you go down there and you help her.
And you burn the house down. You go down there, like if you can't kill this thing, well, guess what? Good luck coming to a house that doesn't exist, right? Like,
the most you have to do is save the children, because even then, I think your wife would be like, if we could try to get rid of this thing and it takes us out, at least they have a shot at doing, of living. I think so too. But my heart fell into my stomach when she says, "Spence, stop him, help me," and my mother screamed, helplessly trying to remove Tommy's iron grip from her. Tommy shot my dad a look that froze him where he stood. It almost made, I read that, and in my mind's eye, it made me think that he was walking right in front of him. Like they're not across the room.
Yeah,
he's
standing
right by
next
him.
to him. Yeah, and he just does nothing.
At what point, too, after a thing like that, would you ever be able to trust your spouse again? You wouldn't be able to.
I think she's dead. Or
the dad?
Oh no. The next line talks about the mom. No, I was saying I thought that the mom died there. She's sleeping in the basement tonight, but no, she's not.
I read it like he was just doing some kind of torturous act to her, and she's either blacked out or she's on the verge of death. But he's like, "Oh, she's sleeping in the basement tonight." Because I feel like if he would have killed her, I think he would have just been like, "We're gonna have to find you a new mom," or something like that.
What happens if you just leave? Right? What happens if you just start driving?
Well, I think the idea is, at least what they've pointed out with this being a generational thing, I don't think it really matters where you go. He's going to show up.
You're sure, but if it's a 5-year gap, why not just I mean, I would game it, you stay in public spaces for 5 years if need be, right?
Right.
I don't know, man. Like some way other than putting your kids upstairs and making them hear their mom scream,
Yeah. No, I think it once again becomes a subjective thing where obviously I think it's easier, like in a way of reading a story or like watching a movie, it's easier to just be like, just move. But that's, how hard that is. Also, what kind of life is that for your kids too?
But the alternative here is your wife gets brutalized in the basement while your kids listen.
No. That's why I'm saying you should have done something.
Move, be homeless.
Yeah.
Go lay on a public street where there's witnesses or something, right?
Sure. No, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. I think it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know, he just showed up randomly one day, so maybe from how I'm looking at it as well, I'm wondering if they're just like, oh, we just need to let him do what he wants and he'll leave again for who knows how long.
Mm-hmm.
So, who knows?
March 1991. 2 years passed. After that night, my mother never resisted or talked back to Tommy again. When she came out of the basement the following morning, I expected to see her covered in bruises and blood, but I could see no visible sign.
No visible signs of violence. Oh, that's scary.
Signs of violence. I was too young to understand what had happened. Why my mother now walked with a limp and would for the rest of her life. She didn't speak to my father for a month, and even then it was just enough to get by. I noticed my father crying a lot during those 2 years. I didn't know what was happening to my family, but I kept my mouth shut and obeyed the rules. Listen to Tommy. Don't talk about Tommy to others.
What do you think happens if you talk to Tommy to others? Do you think it's something where it's like...
Maybe you pass it on.
Yeah, does it pass on, you think?
Could be for sure.
Or if you just find out about it, do you just get punished even more, etc.?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, if this is some kind of mimetic
entity,
parasite,
or whatever,
then keeping it to yourself probably is the best move. Maybe that's why you don't go into public with it, right? Like what I said, like going to public, maybe then it infects everyone else,
Well, that's why I'm wondering if there's more than one Tommy.
Because remember, she said, remember what it did to our town.
Yeah.
So maybe it did. Maybe if you see it, it does infect you. Maybe that's why the father won't leave the house.
Multiplies.
Yeah.
Does what? I mean, who knows?
Oh, man. Things went calm during those 2 years. Tommy continued to give us life lessons and be a part of our home. No one but my family knew he was living with us. He was our secret, the dark star that hung above our heads. I learned to smile around Tommy, as did my sister. If he thought we were happy, he seemed more relaxed. That night, my mother challenged him. That changed something. Every couple months, Tommy would assert his authority over my parents. He would test them, stretch the limits of their patience and nerves. Most of the time, my father and mother would humbly submit to whatever mind game he played with them. Most of the time, he would do or say something to Stephanie or myself. It always made me uncomfortable. Sometimes he would have us sit on his lap while he stroked our hair. Sometimes he'd sing strange songs to my sister about love. Sometimes he would make us take a bath together while he watched.
Well, okay.
blame you, Hunter. This was
Okay, I will take blame.
Yeah, that's
I feel. I've already jumped off the edge of the cliff. I offer myself.
I always put on a brave face during these times. Stephanie was young still, so she wasn't as bothered as I was. It was uncomfortable, and I would look to my parents for guidance. With pale faces, they nod silently, and I continue whatever activity we were forced into doing. It was in the early part of 1991 when the next awful thing happened to my family. Tommy pushed the limits once again.
Yay.
I'm sad. I'm upset, and I'm disappointed. This is terrifying, and this podcast is called Creepcast. You know what? Good game there, but...
Well, you know what's crazy is I feel disgusted, but I am still intrigued by the character.
It is a fascinating, it is an insanely fascinating monster. I agree. I rubbed sleep from my eyes and looked at my race car clock on the wall. The glow-in-the-dark hands read 2 a.m. I could hear something in the hallway outside my room. It sounded like someone crying. Where was Tommy? I checked the dark corners of my room to make sure he wasn't there, watching me sleep. When I was assured he wasn't, I pulled the covers away and slipped to the floor. I crept to my door and looked out into the darkness. I could see a figure sitting on the floor by my sister's closed door. A person. I squinted in the black and realized it was my father, with his hands over his face. He was sobbing, his back against the wall.
Dad,
I whispered. My father looked up and immediately shooed me back into my room. I just stood there as my eyes adjusted to the night. My father's face was a mess of blood and bruises.
What the hell?
Go back to bed, Matt. Please.
I took a hesitant step out into the hallway.
Dad, what happened to your face? What's going on? Did Tommy do that?
My father's eyes went wide and he shushed me.
No, of course not. Don't say such things. Tommy is he's here to help us be a better family.
I walked closer to my dad and froze as I passed my sister's door.
Oh, fuck you. This dad is officially my least favorite. Like I'm not even joking. Like I'm actually fucking mad. Like this dad, I fucking hate him.
At least have the balls to kill yourself.
I would say in the way of having the balls to kill yourself, I would say by trying to stop.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like if it's a final resistance or whatever, right? Strap C4 to yourself. Like go in there, like.
Well, no, seriously though, like it's unfucking believable. And now he's just sitting outside the door. He's here to help us. Fuck you, dude. Especially like it's the worst thing that could happen is already happening. So it's just like, it's like I don't know, brainwashed fucking loser.
Yeah, the story says that he hears cries coming from his sister's room, and then the boy, whatever his name is, whispers, "Go ahead.
Come back here."
Dad, what's wrong with Steph?
My father wiped a trail of blood from his lips, eyes watering, anguish stretching his features.
Come here, Matt. So wait, are they trying to insinuate too the blood that he tried to stop him, and that's what happened?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Yeah.
I see.
I crawled into his outstretched arms as something loud banged against the wall from my sister's room.
Oh my
god. Okay.
Well, no, that means that like she got thrown, right? Right? Like he's beating her, right?
Yes, that's what it was. He's picking her up and just throwing her against shelves and shit in the room. That's when Tommy Taffy started making every room in the house a WWE ring.
Watch out, watch out, watch out!
Watch out, watch out, watch out! Hey, Stephanie! What? Just like dive straight into
The jokes at least make me feel
it's funny if you
better
imagine
about
the dad is
story,
like
but it's fucked.
Randy Savage.
Oh yeah! That's the wrong answer, brother.
The mom screaming downstairs is her getting like thrown into the garage door.
Hey, excuse me, Megan. Did I see you in the basement real quick? They've completely renovated it to be like a fucking giant stadium down there.
The end of the story, the kid goes down there and it's like a rope ring. Like
Vince McMahon is down there and he's like, "You beat Tommy Taffy, you get a contract, kid." We're getting extremely ahead of ourselves.
No, well, this is good, I think.
It's the better. It's
it
a
makes
nice
me feel better.
Yeah.
I would rather the kid be getting like Batista bombed to death than dealing with. Yeah. Okay, so I crawled into his outstretched arms as something loud banged against the wall. I jumped and my father curled me up into his chest. I could feel tears drip onto my head as he fought back misery.
Tommy's in there, isn't he?
Yes, son.
I looked up into his bloody face.
What did you do, Dad?
He tried to smile. His face wouldn't cooperate.
He wanted to do something with your sister I didn't like. And I told him no.
As he spoke, I realized I could hear my mother crying from the bedroom. Dad kept his hand under my chin.
We can't say no to Tommy, okay? Remember that.
Yeah, just try to punch it to death. Do something, let it kill you, like any scenario other than what how is this dad
So gross.
How does any self-respecting father still have the ability to walk like he hasn't had his spine snapped and he's sitting outside crying?
Yeah,
instead?
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what I'm saying is I'm so upset is that he's like sitting outside the door. That's literally where it's happening.
Yeah.
Like the worst imaginable thing that could happen to your daughter is happening in the other room, and you're just standing there like a little bitch being like,
Ooh, I tried to, but God, he hit me a couple times in my face.
It's like, fuck off, you see? Unfucking believable. It would only be respectable if if every bone in his body was broken.
Yeah,
He's like,
yeah, that's what I meant.
tried.
Like his
You know what I
spine
mean?
was snapped. Yeah, like he's
Yeah,
paralyzed.
literally, he's a vegetable now.
Yeah,
or whatever.
That would make sense. I'd be like, okay, well, that's a good effort.
Yeah.
Well, Dad, you gave it a good college try.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's respectable. A for effort. My sister screamed from her bedroom, a shrill, piercing cry that took me to my soul. I grabbed my father's arm.
Why is he here? Why can't he just go away?
My father was silent a moment, then he lowered his mouth to my ear.
Listen to me, Matt. This is very important. When you grow up, do not have children. He follows those with children. If you knew that, why the fuck would you have kids? Then? I fucking hate this guy.
Wait, hold on.
I hate him.
Hold on. You knew it would come back specifically if you have children and you had kids. You had two
fucking
kids.
Douchebag. To know that too, I'm gonna declare it right now, and I want to put it up for a vote.
I hate this guy.
This is the worst character. This is the worst. This has to be the worst character we've ever had to sit through.
Yeah, as far as like the way it's written, because it's so long, I don't know if this is more cowardice than evil. I would maybe consider the main character's father from Baraska maybe worse because he willingly sold his daughter into it,
True.
But here,
I guess it's just that
it's because we have to live with it. It keeps coming up.
I would say, okay, well, let me say, they're on the same tier, is what I would say.
Yeah,
they're on the same tier.
I would agree
because
with
the
that,
other guy is, he's cowardice and he sold in his daughter, and yeah, he felt bad about it, but still, fuck that guy from Baraska. But even this guy here he's a coward, but he knew. He could have prevented. I feel like it's more evil because I feel like I know he could have prevented it.
Yeah, that line about don't have kids makes it worse.
Yeah, it makes it. I'm fuming.
I could see if like at the end of like his story they thought they killed it or something like that. Yeah, there's no redemption this guy can have. I don't think.
No.
I don't see a scenario. I mean, even if it does result in the death of your family.
Also, I just want to say, how fucking crazy is this, dude? That your brother is sitting in your dad's
mad people
arms
trying to send me
outside of a room where the
surveys.
worst thing ever is happening, and now he's having this conversation here. Like, hello? I don't know.
I shifted in my father's arms as something was dragged across the floor from the other side of the wall. Maybe the child is just getting beat up.
In my mind, I feel like I have once again the Batista bombing.
Yeah,
the cast iron skills. That's what I'm doing.
The getting hit on the wall and dragged across the floor sounds like being thrown, beat up, stuff like that, right? So yeah. My father grit his teeth, more tears spilling.
We don't know who he is or what he is. He came to our town when we were little boys and girls, just like you and Stephanie. Your mother and I lived 2 houses down from one another. Tommy infested our street. I don't know how. He was everywhere, always. He'd be at my house, but also across the street. And also at your mother's, all at the same time. I don't know what else he wants. What his purpose is. He just showed up one day. He just showed up. It won't go away. God knows my father tried.
Is that how Grandpa died?
I asked. I never met my grandpa. Just knew he had died years before I was born. My father nodded.
Yes, Matt. Tommy had to teach him a lesson. He had to teach the entire street a lesson. And after that, Why can't you just kill him?
I whispered ever so softly. My dad brought his mouth closer to my ear, his voice barely audible.
We tried. We tried everything. We burned him, shot him, cut him to pieces. But it never worked. He always came back, knocking at our door, and someone had to pay. Someone always has to pay. If we didn't follow his rules, someone had to pay. Tommy was our secret. He was our invisible monster, hidden from the outside world. Deaths were covered up. Abuse was brushed under the rug, but because we knew if anyone said a word, Tommy would make it bad for whoever had to face his punishment.
How does that paragraph make you feel?
I mean, he's immortal. I get it. There's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
use or whatever. But I guess it's just the sheer fact of I still just think like, so people are going to just let this thing happen because the power at be is just invincible. To me, I'm like, okay, well, I'm just not going to be a prisoner to this. I'm not going to subject that. I also would not have children.
If you can shoot it and it temporarily goes away, because it sounds like, you know, you cut it to pieces, there he is dead, and then a new incarnation of Tommy appears, right?
Yeah, there's like different ones.
And sure, he makes it worse, right? So I think the best scenario is Tommy shows up and you blow his head off and you're like, okay, go, right? Because if you make this public, yes, I guess theoretically it would infect more people, but like if Tommy is a supernatural being, then that means there must be someone out there who knows of him, right? Some ancient religion or something that can dispel him, right? And I think making it super public would cause a greater chance of that to happen. I mean, if nothing else, dude, go to the military, put yourself in like a 24, you know, if it becomes a public event, like go get in a situation where you have 24-hour like surveillance watch, something like that, right? Any scenario other than crying in the floor while your daughter's in the next room.
I just think I would rather be dead.
Yeah, I think so too.
I feel like I would just I do not want to have to live like that. Is not a life. That is it's prison.
I mean honestly, like I know people have different definitions of like, you know, morality, cause, purpose, stuff like that, but what are you that's close to human if you just allow that to happen, you know?
Well, yeah. I mean, what kind of actual human experience is that?
Yeah,
It's not.
I mean,
You're an
at that,
point.
yeah, you're a dog. You're just
Literally,
you're an animal that follows orders, sits when told to sit, stuff like that. Yeah,
I would not bring another life into this world, especially if I'm cursed or plagued with this thing. That is a luxury I do not get to have.
Sounds like he knew it would never go away, and yet he had children. What a monster. What a loser.
That's what I'm saying. It's a thing where it's like, oh, well, I loved your mother. You
Shut
guys
up.
don't get to have that luxury.
Yeah.
You don't. You could have someone in a companion who has been through the traumatic experience that you have, right? But to procreate is the
please kill yourself. Yeah, like
literally, actually, it's insane.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that at least emotionally, based on how it's portrayed, this has got to be the worst character. Now, that doesn't mean worst quality-wise, because I think this is a very interesting story and written well. I mean worst.
No, I'm just saying I am upset with this guy.
Yes,
I think like morally bankrupt pieces of shit, and even to the mom's extent too. Like I'm mad at the mom for even allowing that, because now she even, as a kid, and like if they knew that together, it's just one of those things where you're like, what the fuck? Even now with the case of her being like, oh, I'm going to stand up to it. You shouldn't have even done it in the first place. Like this should not even be a bridge you guys have to cross.
Yeah, they're both wildly reckless.
Yeah.
I hate the father more just because I feel such frustration for him. But yeah, but you're right. If not the dad, the mom should have been like, no, duh.
But
yeah.
At least the mother has done something heroic.
She has
being like,
she
I'm
has
not
had
gonna
some
fucking do
level
this.
of like standing up to him, right?
And now this is the first time technically we've read in the story where the dad is like beaten up a little bit, and he's just like, it's been years, and that's the first time. I don't know.
Man, like, what's Tommy's respawn time? Like 8 hours or something? All right, well, I'm in shifts now. I'm sitting at the front door, sniper rifle. Every time he walks up the driveway, I'm stacking bodies right there.
It's kind of like the end of Jeepers Creepers 2. When
they know when the monster's going to come back, and he's like, all right, I'm going to be right here waiting for him. Whatever. It's normal. Just don't talk about it. Is how this feels. Yep, I think so, and I don't like it. I was sitting in my room with the door closed. It was almost dinner time and everyone was downstairs getting ready. I could hear Tommy laughing from the living room. I looked down at the magazine one of my friends at school had given me. It was a Playboy.
Here we go.
Oh, no.
You're a little too young to be reading that, brother.
We had pored over the pages at school, giggling and ogling over the naked women scattered through the magazine. I'd never seen anything like it. It was my first exposure to that world. It made my heart race in ways I enjoyed, and I felt something weird, but pleasurable stirring inside of me. I'd asked my friend if I could borrow the magazine, and he had let me. I adjusted myself on my bed and pored over the nude photos. I couldn't believe women actually let people take pictures of them like this. I don't want to read that line. He felt the thing that you would feel. My heart was racing as I felt hot, my cheeks flush. I don't like where this is going, man. If it gets too explicit, I'll read over it quietly and summarize. I was on the last page when I heard something from the doorway.
What you got there, Matt?
I whipped my head up, jumping, the magazine falling to the floor. Tommy was watching me from the door. I hadn't even heard him open it.
Nothing.
I mumbled, snatching the Playboy up and shoving it under my pillow. Tommy walked over to me.
I didn't hear you come in.
I mumbled, blushing. Tommy reached under my pillow and pulled out the magazine.
It's not nice to lie. I've told you that. Why were you lying to me, Matt?
I swallowed hard, heart thundering against my ribcage.
I'm sorry.
I trailed off miserably as Tommy thumbed through the pages. He glanced down at me.
Do you like this?
I knew I couldn't lie to him again. I nodded, my skin flush, eyes on the floor. Tommy smiled and sat down next to me on the bed. One hand's touching his leg, and Tommy says,
"Do these pictures make you feel good?"
I didn't look at him as I nodded again. Suddenly, all right, yep, not reading that at all. Nope.
Oh God, the quote! No! Oh God!
Oh my gosh!
Oh no! Okay.
Do not go read this. Do not go look this up, everyone.
No.
As a 50% owner of Creepcast, I am using my veto power of authority to say, for I think the first time, we're not going to read this section. I'm going to quietly read it as I continue to react, and then we'll summarize.
Okay. I just got done reading it, and I want to fucking throw up. Basically, he was going to teach the kid how to have alone time, but he doesn't end up doing it, and he kisses him with tongue in his mouth at the end. That's it just seems so unnecessary. This
this is way this is way too explicit.
Yeah, I mean that's bordering on snuff. I mean, like you took a good thing and you just went too far. Just skip to the next part.
Yeah. So it actually doesn't go as far as it will. There is one part in there that I think is worth noting to what his existence is. His mouth tasted of rotting fruit and decaying meat.
Weird. What a weirdest rotting fruit.
It's almost like on the inside of this plastic shell, he's like a rotten corpse.
Or he's like a reanimated, just like pile of flesh or something.
Yeah. Like he was some accursed like husk of meat given a shell.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that's an interesting character, but yeah, that whole segment is way too graphic. No, I'm not reading that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say if it's there if you want to do it, but I think for a public, it just is unnecessary.
Yeah, I wouldn't go read. I mean, the thing that you think would happen is implied. It doesn't go that far, but it's described in detail. Yeah, so
to the point where it's just like I don't really know what that gets you.
It's honestly like no exaggeration. It's like porn dialogue, but in a very horrific scenario involving a 10-year-old, mind you. So yeah, no thanks.
Nah.
No thanks.
Nope.
So July 1994. As the days marched closer and closer towards July, my family developed silent, optimistic, a desperate plea to make this all stop, to make it all go away. My mother and father made sure there was no reason for another hard lesson. They bent over backwards for Tommy, begging through clenched teeth that we'd all make it to July without another incident. On July 3rd, we woke up to find Tommy Taffy was gone. 5 years to the day.
Woo!
He's gone. Yippee! We couldn't believe it. He had simply vanished overnight. We checked the entire house. my mother weeping tears of relieved joy that the nightmare was finally over. Over checking every inch of the house 3 times over, we met in the living room, embracing one another as a family. Tommy had moved on. The sentence was over.
Like you said earlier, does it not almost be even more effective if you just stopped the part where I looked up, or it's just like what you got there, and then it just cuts to that?
As the days march closer and closer towards July, infinitely works better. Lets you imagine what happened, lets you imagine the terror. Yeah, I think so.
You've completely cheapened everything that you were trying to do there by doing that. And like, it's upsetting and it's gross, but I don't think it's effective.
You went too far to get the shock value moment. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think, I think the story becomes infinitely better if you remove that. You know what I mean? You don't. It's just gratuitous to be.
You don't need to.
It goes into snuff. I mean, it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I agree. My father called out of work and we went away for 2 weeks to the beach. During those 2 weeks, I kept expecting to wake up with Tommy standing over me, a perfect smile on his face, but he didn't. It was over. My parents did their best to rebuild our family, fill in the cracks that had been going during those long years, and loved them dearly for it. But some monsters just can't be forgotten. I don't know what Tommy Taffy was or where he came from. I don't think I'll ever know. What was his purpose? Why did he do those awful things to us? I pore over the possible answers until my head splits and I find myself crying. Memories too much to dig up. Some things are just left dead in the past. But I haven't forgotten what my father told me in the hallway that awful night outside my sister's room. I'm 33 now and have remained unmarried and without children. I can't risk it.
Good man.
I mean, it sucks, but yeah, absolutely. I can't risk that monster coming back into my life. I've never understood why my parents chose to have kids. Thank you. They both have been exposed to Tommy during their childhood, so why have Stephanie and I? Maybe they didn't believe he'd come back, but I believe it, and I'm terrified. Because you see, yesterday my sister gave birth to twins.
Oh no! Oh God! If you just would have removed the snuff part from that, this becomes a top tier one. That's a great ending. That is the ending to this.
I didn't even consider that.
That is so.
That she never heard. She never heard that message in the hallway.
Exactly.
She wouldn't know. She wouldn't know. She'd think it was over.
The dad's so fucking incompetent. Of course he's not gonna. Hey, in the 5 years, I'm just not gonna tell her. Why would ya?
Oh
you
man, and they tried to not bring it up, so they never told her, and then she had kids. Oh man, what a great ending!
What a great ending!
What a solid ending!
Man, I gotta say, for especially, it's a great length too.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Really easy read. If you get rid of the snuff thing, I say that's a top contender.
It's top 3, I think, without it. With it, I don't know. It drops more to the middle because it just went too far. It took the biggest thing the story had going for it, the nuance around what was happening, and then spelled it out too much. It didn't need that. It cheapened it.
It's like it's just one of those things where it's like, dude, I get it.
Yeah. It's like, oh, really? That's what was happening? I didn't know. Yeah.
I think if you read it the way you said, with just skipping right, I think it flows better. Also, I want to say too, if you read it that way too, like, I don't know what Tommy was or where he came from. I don't think I'll ever know what was his purpose. I think if you do that and you keep it all ambiguous, I think that it makes this entire last preamble hit so much harder.
Oh, as I pour over possible answers, I find myself crying. Yeah. Too much to pick up.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Because it's like, obviously something traumatic happened, right? I don't think as the reader I need to have that all spelled out to me. I think that allure of the imagination from reading this is you're opening up so many questions and doors that I think make it more impactful. But that last end part, you know, and I don't want to keep harping on it because I know this, like, we get it, it's bad, but what a great fucking ending. Because you see, yesterday my sister gave birth to twins is crazy.
I'm reading the replies right now because, you know, there's Reddit comments. It's someone.
Yeah.
Someone's like, I don't know if I've ever hated something as much as I hate Tommy, and then quotes the part about the abuse to the daughter and says, seriously, screw that guy.
Yeah.
Like
no shit.
Really?
It's definitely some 10-year-old who was like,
who else that was kind of weird when he pinched your cheeks?
Yeah.
What a monster.
Seriously, what a jerk. That guy is a meanie.
Also, I don't know if so this is about 8 years old, this first one, and it's by someone named Elias_Withrow.
Yeah. Yeah. They link their
very effective
they link
monster.
their Facebook at the bottom.
We'll obviously leave that in the description and stuff, but I gotta say, for a monster that is personified to be something about what I would say is generational trauma in that way, or especially how trauma like that can repeat itself, I think is extremely effective. I think it's like very, very creepy. It doesn't go too over the board with it, but I like the one little, if you could have gotten that, if you could have gotten that description of the rotting fruit and meat,
put it somewhere else
in a different way, I think that would have been nice, because I like that it was just like a little spice.
Yeah.
If each time you heard something different about him, I think it would personify him too much. I think that like his outer appearance is already so uncanny. I mean, honestly, even too, picturing him as a giant Funko Pop character like fucked me up. Not even gonna lie.
Put it somewhere where like he gets too close to his face and his breath smells like rotting meat or something like that. Yeah,
exactly.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Otherwise than that, though, at the same time, I guess if there was criticisms about him, I do wish that there was more to his character besides just being this creep, which I think even if you're trying to do something where you're trying to make a monster personified over that kind of over that kind of subject matter, I kind of wish that there was just a bit more with him, because the entire time it was very kind of one-notey of like caressing cheeks, like putting fingers through a hair. At one point it was just one of those things where I'm like, what exactly is this end goal? Like, what is the purpose of this guy? And I wish that there was maybe something that made a bit of sense in that regard.
I think I'm okay with no purpose per se, because you can imagine it as like a curse maybe that befell people. You could imagine
That's
it
true.
as like maybe it's some kind of like, maybe it's a demon that just does this to like random victims or something like that.
Sure.
I don't think it needs a purpose per se. I think maybe it needs a finale.
Do you mean by that it just needs better closure than being like, oh, we woke up and he was gone?
More so, there needs to be a final step, I think, after the 5 years. Maybe, even if it's something as simple as like there's a rune carved on the door. Or, I mean, maybe that makes it too expressly old world deity. Maybe like when the 5 of them leave, they all have like a branding. They wake up with a branding on their chest or something. It's something that implies like a finality to it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise
No,
it
I know
makes
what
it
you
seem
mean.
like Tommy in the last week was like, well, I guess I'll just, wait out my tenure and then I'm on to another house into this,
Yeah, like you've been marked. You know, by doing that too, it's something too where if you've been marked, you can never remove the mark. Or like it's permanently on you, which is also kind of another...
Which leads back into the trauma thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's something that it was forever staining you kind of thing, I think is interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a way too where if you could do, if it is a curse, right? Is there a way you could break the curse?
See, that would be the
or like a thing of like you have to do some kind of ultimate sacrifice to do it. Like I forgot what show it is, but there's one where it's like you have to cut off your fingers. You have to cut off a finger, and it counts as you paying a debt. So if you don't do it, you have to like endure all this stuff, or you could just cut off one of your fingers, which in something that isn't. It would be hard to like just be like, I'm gonna just cut off my finger because that would suck. But for something like this, could there be something better or something? Where maybe it is castration. Maybe you have to castrate yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know. Something with actual weight where you're like, holy fuck, like that would be hard. Do you think that would add to the story, or do you think that like it just being a 5-year curse where there is no rhyme or reason to it, but you are just a marked one is more horrifying?
I think it being a 5-year curse you can't get out of is a terrifying thing. Again, I just think there needs to be some kind of like final swoop to it. Not that we have to understand it, but that it's something that Tommy understands.
I just picture that his, much like a cartoon character, his teeth would be, it's just like one large chunk, kind of like a old Cartoon Network character or something.
Yeah, most people depict him as a Ken doll,
Sorry,
basically.
guys.
Oh, interesting.
That's
I
one
wonder
of
if
the
the
actions I
kept
see
the
are.
sound.
I wonder if the blonde hair thing has to do anything with like, if that's inspired at all by like Jimmy Savile or whatever, if you remember him at all, but he was like a notorious monster personified over that kind of over that kind of subject matter. I kind of wish that there was just a bit more with him, because the entire time it was very kind of one-notey of like caressing cheeks, like putting finger.
I can respect that. I'll be right back, guys. In 1 second. I'll be right back. What's up, gamers? Give me 1 second. I'm almost ready. water. I got a water. I'll come back with some pasta. Come over here. One second, I'm calling the dog. Come here. Come to me. Come here. Never mind, the dog doesn't want to come. Doesn't want chips. Whoever heard of a dog who doesn't want chips? Insanity, if you ask me. Let's start the video up again.
Fingers through a hair. At one point, it was just one of those things where I'm like, what exactly is this end goal? Like, what is the purpose of this guy? And I wish that there was maybe something that made a bit of sense in that regard.
I think I'm okay with no purpose per se, because you can imagine it as like a curse maybe that befell people. You could imagine
That's
it
true.
as like maybe it's some kind of like maybe it's a demon that just does this to like random victims or something like that.
Sure.
I don't think it needs a purpose per se. I think maybe it needs a finale.
Do you mean by that it just needs better closure than being like, oh, we woke up and he was gone?
More so, there needs to be a final step, I think, after the 5 years. Maybe, even if it's something as simple as like there's a rune carved on the door. Or, I mean, maybe that makes it too expressly old world deity. Maybe like when the 5 of them leave, they all have like a branding. They wake up with a branding on their chest or something. It's something that implies like a finality to it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise
No,
it
I know
makes
what
it
you
seem
mean.
like Tommy in the last week was like, well, I guess I'll just, wait out my tenure and then I'm on to another house into this,
Yeah, like you've been marked. You know, by doing that too, it's something too where if you've been marked, you can never remove the mark. Or like it's permanently on you, which is also kind of another...
Which leads back into the trauma thing. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
It's something that it was forever staining you kind of thing, I think is interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a way too where if you could do, if it is a curse, right? Is there a way you could break the curse?
See, that
or
would be the
or like a thing of like you have to do some kind of ultimate sacrifice to do it. Like I forgot what show it is, but there's one where it's like you have to cut off your fingers. You have to cut off a finger, and it counts as you paying a debt. So if you don't do it, you have to like do all this stuff, or you could just cut off one of your fingers, which in something that isn't, it would be hard to like just be like, I'm gonna just cut off my finger.
Would you rather?
That would suck. But for something like this, could there be something better or something? Where maybe it is castration. Maybe you have to castrate yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Something like
with actual weight where you're like, holy fuck, like that would be hard. Do you think that would add to the story, or do you think that like it just being a 5-year curse where there is no rhyme or reason to it, but you are just a marked one is more horrifying?
I think it being a 5-year curse you can't get out of is a terrifying thing. Again, I just think there needs to be some kind of like final swoop to it. Not that we have to understand it, but that it's something that Tommy understands.
I just picture that his, much like a cartoon character, his teeth would be, it's just like one large chunk, kind of like a old Cartoon Network character or something.
Yeah, most people depict him as a Ken doll, basically.
Oh, interesting.
That's what most depictions I see are.
I wonder if the blonde hair thing has to do anything with like, if that's inspired at all by like Jimmy Savile or whatever, if you remember him at all, but he was like a notorious child predator in England.
Yep,
he was
I know you're talking
very
about.
goofy like that. I'm honestly glad we read the third parent first, because then when we were first starting this, we had his name was Tommy Taffy was the next one, and then that one starts off with, some of you may have read my son's account, the third parent, and now it's all from the perspective of the mom, and that's going to be a lot more interesting of a read knowing that.
Oh, okay, all right.
That sure is interesting. Sure is interesting. Sure is interesting.
So hold on. Oh my gosh. All right. So I
Emoji.
found Elias, the author, Elias with a row. I found his Reddit, right? And he has a compilation of all his stories. He did a short story a while back that I remember reading called Feed the Pig, which is like a Feed the Pig. It's pretty widely regarded. I don't remember all the details of it, but I remember liking it when I was a kid. It's about like a man walking through hell, if I remember right. And it was pretty freaky, I remember. So he did Feed the Pig. So I have read his work before. And it turns out, looking at his subreddit, there are 4 parts to the Tommy Taffy series, with what we just read being part 1, and then part 2 being the prequel that we started on earlier.
Little intermission here. So we are now going into His Name Was Tommy Taffy. This is now the prequel to the third parent. which this is all from the perspective, like you were saying, from the father of the last story, who is the most hated character in Creepcast history. I'm already calling it.
Definitely the most hated. I mean, like, equal level of evil as some mentioned, but not nearly as annoying. I agree, yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say about the first story, great writing from Elias Witherow. Just like I said, just like a tweak about some stuff at the ending. Other than that, just stellar. Very good.
Amazing ending.
Yeah.
One of the most powerful last couple lines from some of the stuff we've read.
Because I didn't even think about that.
Last stop, I promise. Shouts out to Two Bears One Cave for getting me to try the A&W sugar free. It's actually not bad. It's full of aspartame, which is terrible, but the taste is there.
I've been so whiplashed around that didn't even it didn't cross my mind.
There.
All the chaotic stuff happening, that whenever that came back in, it was just like another huge blow to the chest.
Yeah, it's just like a hard pitch straight to the chest.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
So we're now on to the part 2, which is a prequel of the story, effectively called His Name Was Tommy Taffy. So, some of you may have read my son's account, the third parent, about what happened regarding the monster Tommy Taffy. After reading it, after crying over it, I felt compelled to write this. I'm not here to defend my actions. I'm
Yes,
not
you are.
here to make excuses.
Yes, you are.
I did what I had to so that my family would survive.
No, you didn't.
I knew what Tommy was capable of.
Mm-hmm.
I knew what we'd have to endure.
Fuck you. The first thing I say after that, I'm like, fuck you. Boo!
Get him off the stage.
So help me God, if he sways me too, I'm gonna be so upset.
But I also knew that if we could make it 5 years without pissing off Tommy Taffy, we'd come out of the nightmare alive. How did I know that? Because I'd already lived it. I'd already been exposed to what that thing is capable of. I'd seen Tommy's temper. I'd seen what pushed his buttons. I'd already done my 5 years. Like I said, I'm not here to defend myself. What happened to my family is unspeakable, but we are alive. No, instead I'm writing this so you can understand why I did what I did. That's what an explanation is. Why I chose to let Tommy do what he did to my wife and children. After you hear my side, after you read what I went through, then you can judge me. God knows I deserve it.
I can judge you already for your actions, dude.
That struck as those like Facebook posts girls will do that'll be like, only God can judge me, you know? Like
Yeah, it's like whatever, dude.
Tommy first arrived on my street when I was 7. I was an only child and lived with both my parents in a middle-class neighborhood. It was a mellow slice of the American dream, like a cut of apple pie under a smothering layer of vanilla ice cream.
Fuck you. Also, I want to say, do you think he was more surprised too because our Matt in the original story was 6? So do you think that they were surprised because maybe they were like, he shouldn't be coming for another year if he was 7?
I understand how, so the only way I fully think that Spence knew Tommy Taffy was coming for his kids is if something happens in this story where an adult tells him, oh, he comes every so years, whatever.
Right.
If this was his only interaction, I would almost understand being like, oh, well, I guess that just happened once, right? Like, you don't know it's generational.
I think there's going to be people on the street that are like, oh, well, I feel like the rules are going to be explained to others and it's passed on to him, and that knowledge is what I think is going to happen.
I got to say, this Tommy Taffy's a pretty interesting, like, horror movie creature, right? Like, you mentioned Cheaper Creepers earlier, but it does remind me of that a lot. Like, generations have to prepare for it and stuff.
Yeah, no, I think so too. I'm very curious. I mean, we saw in IMDb there is a third parent film. I don't know if it's super indie or what, but I wouldn't mind checking it out.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd watch it. The concept has me sold. I think it's a terrifying idea. Like, he has to live with you for a while.
The visual is really fun too.
Our street was in a secluded residential neighborhood in the far corner of our sprawling development. There were 6 houses in total, and we were a tight-knit bunch, both the parents and children. In the summers, we'd have cookouts, and in the winters, we'd have Christmas parties. It was almost like our block was one big family. Everyone looked out for one another. Everyone was generous and considerate. It was a different time when people trusted one another. But our picture-perfect life shattered when he arrived. I'll never forget it. We began July 1969. I had just gone to bed, my 7-year-old mind exploring my imagination, turning thought into dream. The moon was a warm slice of yellow in my window, an expanse of stars winking down at me as I drifted off to sleep.
Imagine being this descriptive and this flavorful with your text, explaining why you let your children and wife get raped by a monster. Hello? What a fucking psychopath.
I know that my wife and daughter were horribly abused by this monster.
Yeah.
My block was like an apple pie, you'd say, almost like the vanilla ice
My
cream.
7-year-old mind exploring my imagination, turning thought into dream. The moon was a warm slice of yellow in my window.
It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. God. I hate him so much.
I could hear the TV in the living room, a comforting reminder that my parents were still awake and the monsters under my bed would stay away tonight. That's when I bolted awake by a knock at the front door downstairs. It was such a sharp contrast to the comforting murmur of the TV that my mind went on full alert as the noise echoed in the house. Sat up in bed, irritated, clutching growls, my teddy bear. I heard the heavy footsteps of my father walk to the door, probably expecting a neighbor. The familiar creak of the front door was followed by the muted murmur of conversation. I could hear my father's voice speaking, interrupted on occasion by another male voice I didn't recognize. My mother joined the conversation, and I could hear my father getting angry. Okay, so it sounds like here his father does not know who Tommy is, right?
Yeah, I don't think so, and he's having an actual rational, response to it. And we do know from the previous story...
No, you can't come in my house. What are you talking about? Yeah, like...
Yeah, and we know from the previous story that the dad died doing whatever, so I'm hoping that still
his dad
remains
was cool
a hero
and awesome.
in this.
Yeah,
I'm hoping.
Minutes stretched on as the mysterious late-night visitor continued to talk with my parents. I slid out of bed and went to my bedroom door, peeking my head out to listen. I still couldn't make out the words, but I could tell my father was getting furious. He started yelling, and I heard him demand that the visitor leave our house or he was calling the police. It got very quiet then, so quiet I could hear my heart beating in my chest. Then I heard my mother begin to cry. It was soft. So soft. It scared me. The nighttime visitor was saying something to my parents. His voice low. My mother continued to sob. After a moment, my father said something I couldn't make out. Immediately following, I heard something slam into the wall downstairs so hard the pictures in the hallway crashed to the floor. I slapped a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream, heart racing. What was going on? My mother let out a pitiful noise and I could hear her pleading with someone. There was a scramble of feet and then another loud bang against the wall. The intruder was saying something to my parents, his voice oozing with authority. I strained to make out the words, but it came to me in a jumble of soft noise. After another couple minutes of agonizing fear, I heard my father call down for me. My heart was a wild drum beat in my chest and I bit my lip, hand shaking. Why did he want me? What was happening? My father called again, his voice trembling slightly.
It kind of reads like Tommy is mimicking his dad's voice.
Oh,
possibly.
Yeah, I see that. Slowly, I pulled the door to my bedroom open and walked to the edge of the stairs. I realized I was clutching Growls, my teddy bear. I could feel the soft of its fur growing down. I looked down the stair to the front door and I froze, eyes going wide. My father was gripping his throat, wincing, tears in his eyes. Something I'd never seen before. My mother had her arms wrapped around herself, moisture staining her cheeks. But that wasn't what captured my attention. It was the stranger standing next to my parents, staring up at me. He was in his early 30s and wore a white t-shirt, which read in red font,
Hi!
His hair was blonde and cut short. His two blue eyes, pools of glowing brilliance set in a sea of snow. And then I noticed the oddities of this intruder. His skin was impossibly smooth, clean, pink sheen of absolute perfection. His nose wasn't so much a nose as was a nub jutting out of his face. His lips were twisted in a smile and revealing white strips where his teeth should have been.
Hi, Spence.
He called up to me, his voice cheerful.
I'm Tommy Taffy. I'm going to be staying with you for a while.
Clutched Growls to my chest, quivering, begging my parents for guidance. Instead, they cast their eyes to the floor, clearly shaken. I didn't know what was happening. would have been said between them, but I could feel danger in the air, thick and malicious.
Come on down here so I can get a good look at you,
Tommy said, waving me forward. My father's eyes suddenly met mine and I gulped. Even at that age, I could interpret the look he passed on to me. Be careful, son. Cautiously, I walked down the stairs, never letting go of my bear. When I reached the foot of the stairs, my mother reached out for me. Tommy stepped in front of her, smiling down at me. He squatted down and ruffled my hair, his immaculate skin looking almost polished and waxed at this proximity.
Cute little fella, aren't you? Oh, who's that you got?
He asked, gesturing to my bear.
His name's Growls.
Tommy grinned.
Of course he is. I'm gonna help your parents for a while, so I'd like the three of us to be friends. Me, you, and Growls. You think that'd be okay?
Again, I looked to my parents for help, confused and shaken. I had no idea what was going on, who this was, why my parents looked so scared. He seemed nice enough, but the way my father rubbed his throat told me otherwise.
Boop, boop.
Tommy chuckled, knocking gently on my head.
Hey, I asked you a question, Spence. What did you do to my daddy?
I whispered, immediately wishing I hadn't. Tommy's mouth remained a frozen smile, but his eyes darkened ever so slightly. My father reached out and grasped my shoulder.
Spence, son, it's okay. I'll talk to you later about it. For now, Tommy's going to, he's going to stay with us.
And that was the start of a 5-year stretch I can never forget. Okay, so here's my theory. The dad sees the guy at the door and is like, what the heck, get out, I'm calling the police, whatever, and says the mom starts crying. I bet the mom experienced Tommy.
Oh, and she had told him about him once before.
Yeah.
In the past. And I wonder if he's like, oh, I know who this is from what your mom said.
Exactly. Maybe? I think that's why it said he shot a look at my mother. Because the dad had a normal reaction.
He slammed the mom and the dad, right? Or did he just slam the dad twice?
I think it's just the dad. I think the dad was fighting, and he just kept picking him up and throwing him into the wall.
Yeah, like by his throat or whatever. Like maybe he tried pushing him, he just grabbed him and threw him into the wall.
Yeah. A few days passed, and soon I learned, through whispered inquiries, that Tommy Taffy had visited everyone on our street. He was in our home, but also in theirs. I learned this from my eventual wife, Megan, who lived across the street from me. She told me that some strange guy was living in their house. After she described him, I deducted it was one and the same, Tommy Taffy. I will say, I know that this story was referenced in the first part, but this is a cool sequel because it honestly reminds me of Aliens in that it goes from like a singular instance to like several.
Yeah. I mean, this is something too where if the character, depending on how one note he is, it could be something to where it's just like he could be anywhere all the time, generationally. How does this thing just go about through the years?
Yeah, like it's like a djinn or something, a malicious demon. Yeah. I didn't understand how it was possible, but knew to keep my mouth shut. Tommy had sworn me to secrecy. He swore everyone to secrecy. This was enforced by my parents, who told me in hushed whispers to never tell anyone about Tommy. I could tell everyone feared him. I did too. There was something unsettling about his constant smile, his slightly off features, and the cool, enunciated way he spoke and laughed. I didn't know what he had told my parents to keep them from going to the police, why they were allowing him to live in our home, but it must have been terrible. Yeah, I do wonder what he would have said, right?
Yeah.
Because if some of these people are like a patient zero of sorts, right? Or at least like they never knew about it as kids. Then what could Tommy have said to them that made them just like live with it, right?
Yeah. You wouldn't expect every family to act the same too. Like there'd probably be some guy who's like, this is totally unacceptable and get killed right away.
Yeah.
So I don't know. He has to say something to like lure them. Or silence them, I guess.
We were a hostage in our own house. Of course, Tommy didn't keep us there, but we knew he would be waiting once we came back. At night, Tommy would sit us down and give us life lessons. He would tell us how to be good people, how to love one another. I remember one time during the first week, I looked out my front window across the street into Megan's living room. I saw Tommy there, speaking to her family on the couch. The Tommy in front of my family stopped speaking immediately and stared long and hard at me. Ooh, Then he went to the window and closed the curtains before continuing. Yo, that's cool.
That's creepy.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, like
I love that visual.
it's just you and Tommy, and then when you perceive another Tommy, your Tommy just like big eyes stares, like drops it, shuts the window. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, okay, this is a pretty good sequel so far because it's building off of concepts built in the first one without pulling away the punch, right? Without like giving the monster away.
I'm waiting to see what Tommy does and how that differs.
Yeah.
Because if it's the same thing over again, then I'm going to be, I think, disappointed.
I think it'd be fine if it starts as the same thing, but I think the multiple Tommies may lead into something interesting.
Well, that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah. During the evenings, as the fathers on our street came home from work, I'd see them meet briefly in the road, muttering to each other and casting looks over their shoulders. There was a mutual terror shared between them, an unspoken knowledge that they had to keep Tommy's secret, that getting the police involved would only lead to, well, nothing good. I imagined upon arrival that Tommy threatened our family and then showed some sign of physical dominance over the men. I remembered the banging against the walls and the way my father had gripped his throat. But what the hell did he say to them? Why did they allow him to infest our homes? Well, a month later I found out. They were plotting against Tommy. They were going to kill him. Cool. Based, cool, awesome dads. Yeah, that's more like it. August 1969. Again, I was awoken from slumber. I looked at my Spider-Man clock and saw it was after midnight. I scrubbed sleep from my eyes, grasping in the dark for growls. As I found my bear, I heard banging from downstairs along with several voices. I slipped out of bed and went to my door. The light downstairs were off, but I saw beams of light cutting through the black. Flashlights? I called out for my parents but saw their bedroom door was wide open. I knew they weren't in bed then. More voices from downstairs followed, along with scraping against the hardwood floors. I jumped as a bang shook the night and then the voices faded. Oh, like a gunshot, I imagine?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. There's people going into the basement, I thought, frightened. Our basement was unfinished, an expanse of empty cement. Why are they going into the basement? I thought. Silently, assuming my parents were down there, I crept to the first floor, clutching growls to my chest. Sure enough, the basement door was open and I saw light reflecting off the dusty floor. I could hear my father's voice, and then the familiar voices of our neighbors. They were speaking to someone. They were angry. My heart froze in my chest as someone laughed from the depths of the cellar. Making sure to not make a sound, I slunk to the open door and descended the first 2 steps to look out at the scene below me. Tommy was bound to a metal chair in the middle of the room, surrounded by the 6 pairs of parents that lived in our neighborhood. Their backs were to me, but I could see Tommy's flawless face gazing up at them. Megan's father was there, his face a mess of bruises and swollen flesh. His arm was in a sling and it looked like his shoulder slumped like his back was in pain. I sucked in a breath as I realized one of the men was passing my father a pistol. The women stood by their husbands with grim looks on their faces. There was no disagreement among the executioners. Yeah. What a cool line. I love that. I'm just hype about the idea of, like, you know, the women understand, but the men referred to as executioners. There's no disagreement among them.
There's no doubt in their mind that they're all like, this motherfucker has to die.
Yeah, kill it right now. Yeah, that's so cool.
It's time you leave our lives.
One of the men said, looming over Tommy. I recognized him as my friend Luke's father, who lived 2 houses down.
This is your last chance.
Tommy didn't even struggle in his rope bindings. That ever-present smile still on his face.
Come here, Pep.
He looked up at them, the overhead light illuminating his sparkling blue eyes.
I don't understand. I'm just trying to help all of you raise your children properly.
I'm not going anywhere.
A look passed between the parents, and then my father put the gun to Tommy's head.
You're not helping anyone. You're a monster. You can't come into our homes and threaten our children, threaten our lives. That's not how this works. All those threats you whispered to us while we were caught off guard. We'll look at you now.
My father spat on him.
Pathetic. Now you'll get yours.
My father shot him in the head. What a G. Yeah! What a guy. Just bam, executed him. Grandpa. I love him. It's cool. The report was deafening and I almost screamed, slamming my head over my mouth at the last second. Tommy's head whipped back as the smell of gun smoke spiked the air. It was silent for a moment, and then, in horror, I watched as Tommy slowly raised his head to stare back up at my father.
What the hell?
One of the women breathed, her voice shaking. There was no blood, no shatter of bone, nothing. just a dark circle in Tommy's forehead where the bullet had passed.
What the fuck are you?
Someone whispered. Tommy's eyes spun to the man who had spoken.
I'm Tommy Taffy, and I'm not going anywhere.
My mother suddenly pointed the corner of the room, her hand trembling.
Gas. Get the gas.
Megan's mother went to the far corner of the room and picked up a small red can. I could hear the slosh of gasoline, and I smelled it in the air. My father grabbed the can from her hand, his eyes wide and never leaving Tommy. Without a word, he upended it over the bound man, soaking him. Tommy kept smiling. Another father passed my dad a box of matches. My father struck one, his hand hovering in the air.
Go back to hell. Leave us all alone.
Yeah, I don't care if it's over the top. I love the dialogue of the grandpa.
Me too.
That's
I like
awesome.
It.
Go back to hell. That's awesome. Tommy grinned wider.
Hell is gonna seem like a fantasy when I come back for you.
That's a sick rebuttal. I'd be like,
yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Tommy.
The way he phrases it too, when I come back.
Yeah, like it's
oh,
like,
man.
yeah. I'm not yeah.
My father dropped the match and Tommy burst into flame. He didn't scream, he didn't thrash, he simply burned. As his face began to melt, his eyes shifted, and suddenly he saw me. Woo, man.
So you're just picturing his like eyes and his like wax face just kind of like glancing over and seeing the kid.
Yep. He's like dissolving, and the laugh, like there, the laugh directed at him is like the kid shouldn't have seen this. Right now, he's made a mistake. Heart exploded in my throat. I fled back to my room, tears streaming down my face. From the safety of my bed, I eventually heard the neighbors leaving, relief in their voices. 2 weeks later, Tommy came back.
Oh shit.
So, man, okay, for one, I love this prequel. This is great. This is a great setup. I love the direction. I love the descriptions, all that stuff.
Dialogue is sick.
Dialogue's sick. It's fun. It's cool. It honestly does feel like Aliens in the way so far it goes from, like, you know, the horror to action almost, but while still keeping a horrific tone. I really like it.
I like how Tommy is, I don't know, like, he's like, this is gonna sound weird, I guess. He's a lot more manifested in this one. Like, he's a lot more tangible.
Yeah.
They're doing more with him. He isn't just like this omnipotent spirit. Like, he is, but they are interacting with him in a more fun way, I think.
Yeah, you can touch him more so.
Yeah.
Also, 2 weeks later, that is a crazy long respawn time. You can just kill him every 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I'm curious to see what happens.
September 1969. We were eating supper. A sense of normalcy returned into our home. My parents never told me they had murdered Tommy, instead opting to inform me that his visit was over and he went back home. I still caught whiffs of gasoline about our house, but kept my mouth shut. I was just happy my family was okay. The sun was setting and the dying orange light filtered in through the living room window, stretching out across the floor to cover the dinner table. My mother and father sat at opposite ends of the table, chatting about their days. I could tell they were still shaken, but I admired the way they were trying to return their lives to what it had been before Tommy showed up. Also, that's so cool. The idea of like a husband and wife are like, yeah, we burnt this guy to death in our basement. Anyway, how was your day? How was work? Like,
well, they're just strong parents too.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's the thing is like they understand what's best for their child. Like if they told him, what good does it do to like?
It's not gonna help.
Burden him with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're cool. I love the grandparents. As I shoveled mashed potatoes into my mouth, the front door exploded open. I spun around, jumping as the wood splintered and the hinges creaked. I dropped my fork, eyes growing wide. It was Tommy, and he looked furious. Ooh, what does that look like? What does he furious look like, you know?
Yeah, I almost think that it's just like no smile. I wonder if he is smiling still. I don't know.
Go ahead.
I almost picture Tommy's mouth can actually not physically close in a weird way.
Yeah, like it's always a half open smile. I agree.
Yeah, like he's like an action figure. There's no like he just is like, I don't know.
Yeah. My parents' mouths dropped in unison, but before they could speak, Tommy marched towards us with alarming speed and up into the kitchen table. Dishes filled with food shattered to the floor. My father half rose, fear paralyzing him. Without a word, Tommy grabbed my father by the neck and dragged him to the wall where he plowed his face through the sheetrock. My mother screamed and ran to aid my dad, but Tommy spun on her and punched her in the teeth, sending her crashing to the floor. Feeling my bladder go, panic clawing at my throat, I watched as Tommy pulled my father's bloody head from the wall. Sputtering, dazed, my father tried to release himself from Tommy's iron grip, but it did no good. His eyes dark and his mouth clamped in a snarl. Tommy clamped a hand over my father's throat and dragged him into the living room. Without stopping, he threw him through the window and out into the front yard. I was a mess of tears and terror, snot bubbling from my nose as Tommy turned back to my mother and I. Now, he was smiling. He went to my stunned mother and hauled her up.
You're gonna need this. You're gonna need to see this,
he said darkly, his lips curled in a grin. He looked at me and jerked his head towards the door.
Come on, Spence. You too.
He pulled my mother to the front door and pushed her outside. I hadn't moved, my face frozen in a silent scream. Tommy looked over his shoulder and winked at me.
Don't make me ask again, sport. Oh, and bring that broom behind you.
Pulled off my chair by fear, I got up and dutifully grabbed the kitchen broom and walked it to Tommy, my pants reeking of urine. Tommy put a hand on my shoulder and guided me outside to stand by our mailbox. I saw my father rolling in the grass, a mess of blood and glass, my mother kneeling before him, weeping. Our neighbors were coming out of their houses, eyes wide, shocked looks of horror on their faces as they saw Tommy.
Gather round,
he yelled, motioning for them to come closer.
Look at what you've done.
I saw Megan at her doorstep across the street, face a pale sheet of snow. She looked at me and I saw her begin to cry, burying her face in her hands. Shocked into obedience, our neighbors came and stood around our tiny front lawn by the street, all eyes on my father and mother.
This is your fault,
Tommy said, meeting every one of their terrified faces. He suddenly snatched the broom from my hands. In one quick motion, he snapped the head off, tossed the duster aside, and advanced on my father, gripping the splintered pole. My mother screamed and covered her bleeding husband with her body, but Tommy booted her in the face, wrenching my heart in the process.
Up you go,
Tommy growled, pulling my father up by the hair onto his knees. Glass jutting from his face, my father looked up at Tommy, agony burning in his eyes.
Don't worry.
I'll take good care of your son.
He raised the broken broom over his head like a spear and slammed it into my father's mouth, down his throat until it erupted from his stomach and plunged into the earth. Blood shot like a geyser out of my father and splattered Tommy's perfect features. My mother howled, her bloodshot eyes rattling in their sockets as my father gasped and then died, his lips wrapping around the broom handle jutting from his mouth. The neighbors watching were paralyzed, a few of the women crying out at the sudden display of brutal violence. The men's faces were pale and shocked into silence, Megan's father leaning over and emptying his stomach onto the road. Blood dripping from his face, Tommy turned to face them, eyes alight.
I want you to think about this moment the next time you want to have a bonfire. Do I make myself crystal clear?
All eyes were trained to the impaled figure of my father, pinned to the earth.
I said, do I make myself clear?
Tommy repeated, the smile dropping from his face. Everyone slowly nodded, every eye wet with tears and wide with horror. Tommy threw a thumb over his shoulder.
Now get rid of him. I need to put his son to bed.
I took a step back, tears flowing freely from my eyes, shaken to the core, unable to stop staring at my dead father. My world swam and rocked, a vision of streaking blur of color. I felt like I was going to throw up, pass out, scream until I couldn't breathe anymore. Tommy was suddenly looming over me, sweeping me up in his arms. He pressed my shocked face into his shoulder and stroked my hair. As we went into the house and up to my bedroom, I heard a rumble in Tommy's chest. Yo.
Damn.
What a crazy scene.
Yeah.
A front yard execution with the pole. Next time you want to have a bonfire, like, man. Woo.
Good God.
What was that? What's that part about there was a rumble in Tommy's chest?
Well, I'm just wondering if it's supposed to be like his laugh is coming. Like, I'm wondering if it's supposed to be something kind of uncanny. Like, it's not coming out of his mouth. It's almost like it's this thing inside of him.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Or it could just be that his ears to his chest and just like the vibrato from his, like he could just hear him giggling. Like he didn't see it. He just heard him laughing.
Man, Tommy is a terrifying villain. It reminds me of, like at its peak, like the way the boys did Homelander. And like, you know, like he can just kill whoever he wants and no one can do anything about it. Or like, again, at its peak, Negan during The Walking Dead. Like you have these characters who can do whatever they want whenever they want and everyone just has to stand there, you know?
Yeah.
which I think makes incredibly imposing villains. It's very scary.
Yeah, it's the false sense of security with the fake facade of happiness.
Yeah,
and then just
yeah.
immediately you're like, hey, but don't forget. And then they always like they peek. You're able to peek behind the curtain a bit every once in a while, and it's like, hey, by the way, I'm a psychopath.
What's that part? Do I make myself clear? You know, like that whole thing.
Do I make myself crystal clear? It's like so demeaning.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, oh, you must not have heard me the first time. Allow me to retort, and like skewers his dad. You know?
Oh wow. Also here too, the next one is in June 1973, so this is a 4-year time jump here.
How do I describe the following 3.5 years? Words can't make you understand what life was like for my mother and I. My father's murder was covered up by the neighborhood, and my mother, despite the crippling pain it must have brought her. When the police eventually came to investigate on request from his job, the story had already been carefully collaborated by the families.
Yeah, you're so
They told the
annoying.
police that my father had been cheating on my mother, and she had found out and then kicked him out. Lies about arguments heard were told, along with a few scenarios where the neighbors, quote, saw my father sneaking out late at night. Man, that's sad.
Yeah, that's horrible. Well, that's also what I was saying. Do you think Tommy had anything to do with that fabrication of that story? This is what you're going to do.
No, because it's the most believable, I think, for a group of people to come up with. Because if you say, you know, it was some kind of murder, the police are going to investigate, they're going to keep looking. You need them out of the houses. The scenario of a wife saying he was cheating on me and everyone else saying, yeah, we saw signs of it. That makes sense of like, okay, I guess he just ran off somewhere. It was also the 1970s, so it was more feasible to do something like that.
Yeah, they're going to hear that and they're just going to be like, okay.
Yeah,
That's
all
gonna
right,
be it, pretty
sounds
much.
good. He's left. Ditch town. It was enough to get the police off our street. They saw the pain in my mother's eyes, but misinterpreted the source. Everyone was petrified of Tommy Taffy. The lies told in order to assure safety of themselves and their families. An example had been given, a lesson learned. Listen to Tommy Taffy. Do what he wants. Pray, and one day he'd go away and leave our broken community. My father wasn't the only one who had been punished. I noticed a couple of the neighbors sporting broken limbs or bruised faces. I can't even imagine the lies they told the outside world to cover up the truth. Tommy was a haunting nightmare in our lives, and we could find no way to get rid of him. The nightly lessons resumed, just my mother and I now, sitting on the couch listening to our captor explain how to be good people. I was 10 then, and it made me sick. Age slowly clarifying just how dismal our situation was. And I kept my mouth shut. I kept it shut for my mother. The memory of my father's execution burned bright in my skull every day. The years that followed my father's death marked a change in Tommy's habits. He now slept with my mother. Every night, leading her to bed after I was tucked in and told one last lesson about life. I would lay awake for hours listening to her cry from her room. Man. Dad's dead now, so I'm gonna sleep with your mom.
Yeah.
Gosh. Sometimes it'd be for a few moments, other times hours. He didn't always stay with her through the night, though. I remember times I'd wake up and he'd be standing in the dark corner of my room, watching me sleep. His eyes like shining oceans. Other times he'd be staring at me through the crack in my door. He'd stand there for hours, just watching. Sometimes I'd wake up and to him sliding into bed with me, always placing a cool hand on my thigh. Heart thundering, fear ripping apart my insides, I'd always turn away from him, breaking out in cold sweats. I still had growls, a constant source of childlike comfort. I'd hug him to my chest, tears running down my face until either the sun came up or exhaustion shut my brain down. We endured this silently, begging for it to end. Okay, that's so much more effective than how it was in part 1.
The visual too of him just like standing at peak, like smiling, looking in, standing there for hours at a cracked door is just such a haunting visual.
Yeah, I think that works so much better. He's watching in, and then just the mention that he would crawl into bed with him and touch him on the leg. That is way more menacing than like the.
And don't get me wrong, it's still disgusting.
Yeah,
but
still
it's done in a way
infinitely
where it's
disgusting.
palatable.
Yeah, it's palatable, and honestly, it's more menacing, right?
Yes,
than just like I said, the scenario played out in the first one, which honestly I think shows improvement on the writer. Right.
I think it's probably criticism as well, or people being like, this was, so I think, which we don't, the story's not over. I don't want to jump the gun, I guess.
Gosh. I am looking down at the next paragraph, and I was so wrong.
Okay.
We have another paragraph we're about to skip. All right, so we'll start reading it, and then we'll do what we did last time. Okay. July 1974. I was 11. It was the 5th year to the day since Tommy had entered our lives. I sat in the living room reading a book while my mother prepared supper for us. She was pale and gaunt, the long years wearing her to the bone. Her eyes were lifeless these days and had sunk into her sockets. Her cheekbones pronounced, skin thinly stretching over them. Growls lay on my chest as I reclined, trying to focus on my book. Tommy was sitting in the chair across from me, watching. I turned a page and jumped as Tommy spoke.
You really love that thing, don't you?
I turned to Tommy.
My book?
Tommy shook his head, smiling.
No, son. That bear.
I looked at growls on my chest and shrugged uncomfortably.
I guess so.
Tommy leaned forward, lacing his fingers together.
Put your book down, Spence.
Licking my suddenly dry lips, I obeyed. I noticed my mother was watching from the kitchen, looking alarmed.
Do you know what love means?
Tommy asked, filled with growls, eyes downcast.
It means you care for someone very much.
Tommy shook his head.
No. Good try.
He suddenly came and sat next to me, placing a hand on my leg, caressing it. Yeah, go ahead, read this next quote.
No. I just read it. Oh my God.
I know, right? He says something explicit, then says his mom dropped something in the kitchen.
And then Tommy basically points and says, do you want to do that explicit thing to your bear? And then basically he says, like, and then the narrator's like, he heard about people doing that thing at school but doesn't know what it is.
And it says, I suddenly jerked my head away and threw growls across the room, openly sobbing now.
I don't love him. I hate him. I hate him.
I covered my face, ashamed, hands shaking. I pulled myself into a ball and lay there, sobbing. I felt Tommy get up next to me and turn to my mother.
It sounds like he's learned his last lesson. I'd be proud of him if I were you. He's a man now.
I looked up at him through tear-soaked eyes. His eyes sparkled.
It took 5 years.
He suddenly leaned down and cupped his mouth over my ear. His voice was cold glass, his breath hot like fire.
Your little ones will get 5 years as well, Spence.
And with that, he looked at my mother one last time and then walked out the door. My mother rushed to me and took me in her arms, comforting me as I cried. Tommy never returned to our home. Okay, yep, Father Spence has no excuse. Absolutely zero. Absolutely.
If that's the
zero.
case, though, too, then if it's his last day, right, it has been 5 years. It took 5 years for him to learn that lesson, is what it said. So then it said, your little ones will get 5 years as well. What lesson did he learn, you think?
About he doesn't actually love something if he doesn't have sexual interactions with it, is the implication.
Do you think that's what the author is wanting to say too, or is there something else there? I'm trying to.
No, I don't think the author's saying that. I think he's well, what he was doing is the same thing he did with the son in the first story. Tommy is making him experience some perverted sexual thing for the first time in his life. Because the kid's 11, it's the age when, you know, a young boy starts to feel those emotions. So Tommy like forces the kid into that.
And you were okay.
Like the lesson, quote unquote, is, you know, like puberty, birds and the bees, stuff like that.
Right.
He's doing that in a very perverted, messed up way. And he's like, okay, well, yep, 5 years is up, bye.
Yeah.
But having Tommy directly say your little ones will get 5 years as well, and then you have kids.
Well, I mean, it's fucked up. I mean, the thing too is, it's what sucks about this is his dad went through that horrible public death only for his kid to be like, I think I too will have children.
Yeah, what a loser.
The thing here, but he says it took 5 years for him to say that, right? So Tommy says his eyes sparkled. It took 5 years. He suddenly leaned down and cupped his mouth over my ear. Your little ones will get 5 years as well. It almost seems like if it would have taken him longer, it would have gotten longer.
Oh, I think you're right. You might be right. Yeah. Maybe that's how it works. Maybe it's not a set 5 years. It's just dependent on person to person.
Probably.
Yeah, you could be right. Time passed and I grew up. I grew up always expecting Tommy to show up again, come barging through our front door, but he never did. The years faded and some of the horror and pain began to fade as well. We were never the same, though. How could we be? My mother was a shell of the woman she used to be. The mental torture she had undergone had broken something inside of her she never regained. But God,
I
she
mean, I
loved me and
imagine.
tried to heal the nightmares of
Can
those
only
5
imagine.
years. A full year passed before my mother dared ask Megan's mom if Tommy was gone from their home as well. He was. The neighborhood was free, impossibly, unbelievably free from the monster that terrorized us for 5 awful years. I never understood what Tommy's final words were to me, what they meant, until it was too late. When I turned 25, I married Megan. A year later, we were expecting. You've heard the rest from my poor son. God forgive me for having children. God forgive me. Yeah, duh, idiot.
Well, what I don't understand with that too is if you have something that traumatic, I feel like, especially with something, we'd have to hear the perspective of Megan as well. Of like, did something similar happen to her as well? Because if it's like if the exact same thing happened to Megan as well, I just feel like you would just be like, I don't feel comfortable having children or having that go through them if they both had that thing happen. But him directly saying that, I feel like, especially at somebody at that pivotal of an age, I think would do irreversible mental damage to you, to where I feel like you would be disgusted with the idea of having children, is what I would think.
You would think. One
Yeah.
would hope.
You would think. You would hope, yeah. Here's the thing, though, too. I think the overly sexually explicit graphic stuff, I think, is the only thing holding this thing back from being...
Yeah.
It's the only thing holding it back from being something crazy. I think that also you could have a horrifying monster, and the whole idea is like, I'm going to help you raise your children, and you could do other things that basically also, if you did that in a way where it was just like, oh, I'm here to just help you be that other parent, there's something very uncanny about you yourself cannot trust your own parents. You yourself have no support system in that way, no guidance, and then now he is completely corrupting the idea of what that is. I think that within itself is a pretty, like, I really enjoyed the parents being like, this is fucking stupid, we need to kill this guy. And him coming out and publicly being like, by the way, I'm going to do this regardless if you like, regardless of not.
Yeah, here's the public execution if you feel otherwise.
I think that there's just a lot. I think it would make him less one note as well with his approach to stuff, because they really gloss over the thing about him being like, this is how he makes little meetings of how you can be how you're supposed to be a good person. I think that should have been explored a little more. I wanted to hear more about these weird meetings and stuff, and like instilling crazy shit, right? If you have if you're emotionally and mentally manipulated as a child, how does it affect you as you're older? You know what I mean? They just like there's irreversible damage that happens. So I think like having him do certain things like, oh, you have to go over to your neighbor's house and fucking like, I don't know, like I guess not steal something. There's not a lot of weight to that, but I guess just like teaching them all the wrong things, and then like, even though the people know it's wrong, having to do it, having to make all these hard decisions, versus him just being this parasite who's just like, oh, I'm just gonna do this one thing that's horrible. Feels a bit one note. And it's the only like real thing where I'm like, it's like the one thing that's keeping it from being like this great character and creature.
I'm okay even if it's like some level of implied sexual stuff, like what we talked about with the first one. If it just ended at what you got there, you know, like that's fine. I think that can be useful. It can be menacing, but the level of gratuity, I think, doesn't serve the story, because it's like he goes from like this unspeakable, unknowable beast that like just watches you and stuff to like kind of a pervert, you know, which like diminishes it a bit.
That's what I mean, is like, for the story's sake of it, as if like your artistic choice is like, yeah, this is one of the things that it's like a realistic thing, a realistic horrible thing that happens to people, and it's unnerving and it's like breaks you. I get that, but for it to be the only one thing, I'm just like, I wish that you had something more to give besides that, because now it just feels like
I would say, dare I say, original idea called Creep TV. Yes.
That is right. No one has ever thought about recording a reaction video. This is new ground we're charting into. And horror reaction, dare I say, we might be forerunner.
Creepcast.
Podcast. Today we are going over 3 classics. We've been talking about doing this for a while. It was going to be a little grab bag of shorter, older horror stories, and the ones that we've came out with are Been Drowned, Normal Corn for Normal People, and Squidward's Sewer Slide.
Woo! Let's go. Sewer slide, YouTube censorship, baby. Let's get it.
Let's do
I'm so excited.
Patented my friend Harry. He just said that yesterday, and I was like, that's a really great. I feel like sewer slide is a lot more fun to say. Also, it might get dinged still. We'll have to definitely see if it just immediately is like, no, we know what you're saying.
Yeah, it'll be even funnier if it's like you and I talking, and it's like you going bleep, and I'm like, oh, I love bleep. Like, that's awesome.
I love
that's
bleep.
Cool. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, we're covering 3 classics today. These are ones that I've known about for a long time. I know a lot of you all have as well. We haven't covered them just because they're like too short for their own standalone episode, unless you guys want like a 20-minute episode or whatever. But judging by the views on the left-right game, I don't think that's true. So we're going to combine these. We'll see how you all like it, like broken up 3 different stories. If you all like it, we can do this with more, because honestly, most old school creepypasta that at least got really famous, I think, was shorter form like this. So if this does well, we'll do more of it in the future. And if you hate it, then we'll pretend like it didn't happen and it's all Hunter's fault. So
I know it is my fault. It's my fault, but I wanted to say that it kind of seemed when we were talking about it initially that you were like, oh, we might as well not cover those because they're so well known, or like they're just like they're such like old classics or whatever. But in a different way, where I once again, I have just assume I've never read any of these, so it seemed like you were extremely surprised when I had, because it kind of seemed like you were like, oh, I feel like everyone's heard of, Been Drowned or Normal Corn and that kind of stuff. So I'm still new to this.
It's not so much everyone as much as it is someone who has a horror YouTube channel. Right. That's more so what I'm mad about.
Yeah. No, I completely missed out on all the good internet stuff when I was younger. I didn't have internet till I was like 18, a freshman in college. So I missed out on all of the goodness of this when I was growing up. Well, starting it off on our triptych gambit here is going to be Normal Corn for Normal People on r/NoSleep, the classic Reddit. 12 years ago by a user named Wreath, R-E-A-T-H-E. Oh, actually, I get to start the story off. It's in quotes. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Hold on. Let me clarify, as I do with most of these episodes. Oh, my dearest Hunter, I've never read this before. There's no telling what tomfoolery we may come across.
Fuck you!
Don't worry, Hunter. All we have to do is go back into the French Quarter, and everything will be okay. Hey everyone, I want to take a quick break from the show to talk about today's sponsor, Factor. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals straight to your door. And these fresh, easy-to-make meals means that meeting your nutritional goals have never been easier. I understand that a lot of us eat unhealthy because it tends to be the most affordable and easiest option. But now Factor is here to also be both of those things and make you not miserable. That's because Factor meals can be ready in as little as 2 minutes, and compared to other options are less expensive and way healthier, as all of the meals are made by gourmet chefs and then approved by dietitians. And on top of that, you have a meal that's ready to heat and eat, meaning there's no prep work, no cleanup, no cooking, etc. You can also get as little or as much Factor as needed to fit into your schedule, as you can choose between 6 to 18 meals every week. And of course, this can be paused or rescheduled at any time. You can also get as little or as much Factor as needed for your schedule, as you can choose between 4 to 18 meals to be delivered each week, with 35 meal options each week and over 60 add-ons. It's never been easier to get a variety of delicious foods that are also good for you and won't break the bank. All I assume to you are good things. Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, a company that we've worked with before on the show because all of the products they send us are fantastic and we can't recommend enough. And here they are just as committed to delivering healthy, delicious food straight to you. So while you're enjoying Hunter and I deliver our weaponized stupidity, you might as well get in on something that's actually good for you. And right now, there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That's because if you head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code CREEPCAST50, you'll get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month of orders. That is right, that means you get half off the first box and 20% off your next 4 boxes. Again, use code CREEPCAST50 at factor75.com to get in on this fantastic offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Factor for sponsoring the show. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the episode.
All right, okay. Normal corn for normal people. I'm so excited I get to start the story. All right. Everybody knows that if you surf the web long enough, you'll see some sick shit. This is especially true if you intentionally dwell into the dark underbelly of the internet. I've seen quite a few things I don't care to admit. But one thing that I'll always remember is a site called normalcornfornormalpeople.com.
The first strange thing about this site was that I didn't find it by actually looking for it. It was emailed to me by someone I didn't know. The email was as follows.
Hi there. Found this site is very nice. Thought you might like normalcornfornormalpeople.com. Pass it on for the good of mankind.
Pretty standard issue chain letter. Although the URL and the last remark really piqued my curiosity. I was having a very boring day when I got this, so I made sure my antivirus was working, and then I clicked on it. It was a very average, very generic looking site. It gave the impression that the creators just barely gave a shit about making it look professional. The authors seemed to have a very tenuous grasp on English, and on the front page was a long, boring, and incoherent rant that I don't remember or have saved. The site had a strange tagline, which even today people haven't figured out the meaning of, which was
Normal Corn for Normal People, a website dedicated to the eradication of abnormal sexuality.
And from the sound of that, I wasn't sure whether I was here to watch corn. That's so funny. I wasn't sure if I was here to watch it, or if I had stumbled onto some kind of eugenics program. But I was here now, and I was very, very curious to see what normal people get their rocks off to. So I scrolled down through the rant, and nothing. Page didn't seem to link anywhere else. And I was about to leave when I noticed every word of the rant was its own hyperlink.
Ooh, I like that. First off, I just want to say, just to interject, I just want to say that getting this kind of email too is, I really liked how casually he's approaching, you know, the aspect of being like, oh, someone sent me this, and as just like a goof, I said, like, you know, I checked it out.
Yeah.
But honestly, that's like, it's a pretty fucking horrifying thing to get an email, or like to get a message of.
Yeah.
It's also so not threatening that it feels threatening in my eyes. Does that, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, normal corn for normal people. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, it's not weird stuff on here. It's normal.
I mean, the concept alone raises weird questions, right? Like, what would you define as normal, right? Or why is there a website dedicated to it? It makes me like. A lot of people have commented on this story being like, I would assume a title like this would be like some weird gay conversion thing or something like that, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That's what you kind of the train you're expecting it to go down. But I don't know where this story's going to go, Hanya. It could really be anything. Maybe that's what it's about.
I'm just a baby. I'm a little baby. Mommy want milky. Baby want milk.
That is a wild accusation.
You're right though. Like, it does have the same vibe. It's funny that you say like gay conversion camp, because it has that kind of fanatic kind of thing where it's like it's like a passive aggressive sign is what it feels like. Yeah.
The eradication of abnormal sexuality, like smacks of the pulpit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like, you have to kind of transport yourself back. This is 12 years ago, right? So.
Oh yeah, I guess we should have said that. This is posted 12 years ago, so it's been a while.
Yes, by user Reath, by the way, R-E-A-T-H-E. So for credit, we were going to mention that at the beginning, but at the end, I mean. But oh, you did? Oh, okay. Well, I don't. It's just that whenever you start talking, my brain just kind of like zones it out and quits paying attention because I don't care.
I don't know how to process words. I'm just a little baby.
His face.
So you have to take yourself to like 12 years ago, because now like you open Twitter,
I love
and it's like, oh, there's 3 people that died. That's cool, you know, like it's kind of everywhere. But back then you had to go looking for weird stuff, right?
Live leak.
Yeah, like live leak stuff. Yeah, like it was much harder to come across than just general internet browsing. So that's like you kind of have to be in that mindset, like, oh, a weird website, who knows what could be on it.
Right.
So I clicked one of them and was sent to a white page with very long list of links in the form of normalcornfornormalpeople.com / and then random letters. So I stopped for a minute and asked myself, if I really wanted to waste God knows how much time clicking random links that will likely give me a virus that will break my computer. God! I figured I'd just try it for maybe 5 minutes just to see if anything came up. I clicked one of the links and was sent to another page. This page apparently had totally different URLs than the last one. I was just about to say,
fuck this,
when I clicked on the third link and a video download came up. It was called peanut.avi. It was a 30-minute video of a man, a woman, and a dog in a kitchen. The woman would make a peanut butter sandwich and the man would set it down for the dog to eat. This was all that happened for 30 minutes. It was obvious that the cameraman had to stop filming and wait until the dog was ready to eat again, and the dog seemed rather sick by the end of it. I know what you're thinking.
What the hell does that have to do with corn?
I have no clue. I've seen a little over 24 videos from this site, and the majority had no sexual activity at all. After watching peanut.avi, I went on a certain image board I frequent to play online show and tell, like I always do with weird shit like this. But someone had already made a thread about it. Some guy who had received the same chain letter I did. The image board thread got lots of people with nothing better to do, dig through the site. That's how I saw other videos. Most of those 24 videos were very uneventful and consisted of people talking to the cameraman in a room with nothing in it but a desk and a few chairs. I mean, literally nothing on the walls or in terms of furniture. The whole room had a very cold, sterile feel to it.
You know what this kind of reminds me of is that old video online.
Soup.avi?
Yeah, exactly.
So I actually...
Do you think that it was born from this?
I can't remember, but I can't remember which way it was, but I remember hearing speculation that one inspired the other. I can't remember which came first, though.
It's interesting. They're reading definitely the same. Like, even just so far with the peanut butter, like, of the... Because the thing with soup.avi, whatever, is that it's so... Like, it's... Nothing happens to the point where it does feel like a snuff film. Like, it feels like this is a video we should not be seeing kind of thing. Even though nothing explicit truly happens, it's so uncanny and, like, just vile. It's odd.
I think it's far more menacing to me that it's so... I mean, we're going to get to more intense stuff, but it begins so sterile, right? Like, what could possibly be the motivation of a dog eating a sandwich, right? But it, like,
I don't know. I mean,
the
honestly,
implications
I'm very
and
bought
stuff
in right
feel
now.
very, very weird, you know?
I'm very, very bought in. I love these old stories too because they read so much like actual social media posts or forums.
Yeah,
or
like this thing
or
happened
something.
to someone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I really appreciate the, like, I don't know, the maybe legitimacy is the wrong word, but it feels very sincere.
That's right. I think it feels legitimate. Like, it actually, like, sure, it's fiction, but it feels like unfiction almost, you know?
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah.
The conversations were just idle banter about previous jobs or embarrassing childhood moments. I kept expecting some kind of discussion about what the people were filming or what the site was about, but of course, nothing. You would never know these videos had anything to do with corn if you saw it out of context. I will say one thing though. The people who appeared in these videos were quite attractive. However, the other videos that actually did feature content, which I suppose could be called sexual, is where things got weird. I'll give brief descriptions of the stranger videos. If you're really eaten up with curiosity, you can try to hunt them down on a torrent site. First up, lickedclean.avi. A 10-minute video filmed by a hidden camera in which we see a repairman working on a washing machine for the first 2 minutes. When it's fixed, the repairman talks to the owner briefly and then leaves. The owner checks to make sure the repairman is gone. He begins to lick all over the top of the washing machine. This goes on for 7 minutes.
Ugh.
Isn't this like so much worse than just like normal snuff film stuff, you know?
Well, you know what's weird? It's like, which I don't want to get ahead of myself, but so far, even like the vignettes or how it's set up, I kind of like it more than 1999, if I'm being honest.
Really?
I think so. I mean, like the deal with 19. I mean, I'll redact that statement. It's the first one, but I feel like I'm a little more bought in, if I'm being honest.
Okay. I respect that. You did get taken out of 1999 a little bit whenever he talked about his personal life and stuff like that.
Well, even just the aspect of like, oh, it's in his basement. It kind of has the Poughkeepsie Tapes vibe, which I like, but it is very like one note of like, it's like a guy, like a kidnapper who is recording these things, and I feel like we're getting ready to. It feels like we're being propelled into various odd, live leaky kind of videos that is going to go all over the place.
Jimbo.avi, I guess, the second one. A 5-minute video of an obese mime performing his act. It was actually pretty funny, particularly one part where he pretends to pull up a chair, then pretends that it breaks because of his weight. In the last 30 seconds of the video, the camera cuts to static briefly and cuts back to the man sobbing quietly, still wearing the mime outfit and makeup. Some kind of obscure fetish? Diana.avi. 4-minute video in which the cameraman talks to a woman in a room different than the interview room. This room looks like one you'd find in a normal person's house. Exactly where they are is never specified, as Diana only talks about her violin playing. She obviously plays her violin, but she keeps getting distracted by something. I didn't notice this until someone on the image board thread pointed it out, but if you look at a mirror in the background, you can see a fat man in a chicken mask masturbating. Jessica.avi. Another 4-minute cameraman video. This time he's outside a house talking to another young woman. They talk about canoe rides. The camera zooms out to reveal the city streets behind them occasionally. The strange thing is, no one so far has been able to identify where this street is. Guesses have ranged everywhere from Europe to Australia to the Philippines, but there's yet to be a match for the street shown in the video. Tonguetied.avi. 10-minute video. The first 5 minutes consist of an elderly woman making out with a mannequin. The video cuts out like it did in Jimbo.avi halfway through, and the scene is now a group of mannequins huddled together in a circle around the camera. The lights have been dimmed, and the elderly woman is nowhere to be seen. From this point on, there is no sound.
With stuff like this, you have to assume that people have recreated these, right?
I mean, probably. That one actually kind of... mannequins are always kind of like a... I don't like them, you know?
So creepy.
So the idea of like, it just cuts to them around the camera, and that's it for 5 minutes, that's not fun.
In complete silence, yeah. Kind of imagine like a... just like the gain of the camera mic just kind of playing, so it's just like weird little slight crackles and pops, almost like that's what
you can hear maybe like the fluorescent lights buzzing or something.
Yeah, exactly. It almost imitates these kind of like weird pickups and feedbacks, almost read like little bits of fire, like fire crackling or something. It's very menacing.
Yeah. Stumps.avi. 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to breakdance on a DDR mat in what looks like... I'm sorry, Hunter, is something funny? Is there something you want to bring up?
Well, the structure of that. A 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to break dance.
The phrase, the word attempting is pretty funny. Like
they're literally, it's just the word putting attempting in there that makes it very funny and tragic.
What's funny about a disability, Hunter?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, okay. That's
sorry.
In what looks like the kitchen from Peanut.avi, but much dirtier. There's a radio playing music in the background, but it stops at the 4-minute mark when the man collapses on the mat in exhaustion. He breathes heavily and pleads with someone off-screen to let him rest. This off-screen person becomes terrifyingly enraged and yells at him to keep dancing, which he does. You can hear this off-screen person begin to scream as the video ends abruptly.
That became a lot less funny at the end of the...
Yeah, you want to talk about how funny that was, Hunter? Talk about how funny that was?
No.
That's good. That one does kind of amp it up to me, because you imagine whoever's running this site has some sick game or like motive behind this, right? But to hear like that, to me, it's always scary when people or creatures or something like that exhibit rage, you know? Because we're used to seeing like, you know, kind of like this dulcet, like, you know, watcher, wanderer, you know, character. Like we see a bunch of stuff about serial killers being these stoic figures that stalk people or whatever. But the idea of like something full of anger, you know, like it, I don't know, it always bothers me a bit.
I mean, we've officially entered into snuff film territory, is what what I think it is. Like, I mean, it's literal torture now. So
yeah, well, wait for this
you're not
last
wrong.
one.
I mean,
Privacy.avi. The woman from Diana.avi is masturbating on a mat. Do we need to censor that word? Y'all know what I mean. On a mattress in the interview room, while the man from Stumps.avi walks around on his hands while wearing some kind of goblin mask. The door in this room was always closed in other videos, but now it's open. In this video, the only light is in the room and the hallway is dark. Near the end of the video, you can see an animal quickly run through the hallway. And finally, the last video we uncovered, which was useless.avi. In this 18-minute video, a blonde woman from one of the previous interview videos is tied down to a mattress in the interview room. She attempts to scream, but her mouth is taped over. After 7 minutes, a man in a black suit and mask opens the door, but he does not enter. He holds the door open for the animal that was running in the hall in the previous video. It's revealed to be an adult chimpanzee. Its hair shaved and its entire body painted red. It seemed to be starved and abused, with several wounds along its shoulders and back. When the chimp enters the room, the masked man closes the door behind it. The chimpanzee sniffs the air for a moment, may have been blind, and notices the woman tied to the mattress. It goes into a frenzy and begins to maul her. The assault goes on for a grueling 7 minutes until the woman finally dies. The chimp eats flesh from her corpse for 4 minutes as the video ends. The thread exploded with activity after this video was uncovered, and people discussed it long into the night. When I came back to the image board the next day, I found that the thread was deleted. I tried to start another one, and they banned me. I tried emailing the guy who sent me the chain letter with the site's URL, sent him 5 messages, never got a response. I've tried to discuss this website on various places, and I got banned frequently. The site itself was also deleted about 3 days after useless.avi was uncovered, likely because someone contacted the authorities about it. The only proof that normal corn from normalpeople.com ever existed was a few screen caps people took and videos from the site that people saved and uploaded on torrents, the most popular of which being useless.avi, which found its way onto a few gore sites. Wherever you upload them to, all of the videos from normal corn from normalpeople.com get deleted after a while. So, what do you think?
Man, that's the end. First off, is that at the end?
So, as far as I know, yes, that is the end of the story. As far as I know, there's no sequels or anything.
I think it's especially 12 years ago. What an interesting. I mean, like there has to be no way that like 1999 isn't influenced by this kind of thing, or even that this story isn't influenced by the Poughkeepsie tapes in some kind of way, is what I would say.
Yeah, I mean they're very similar. Yeah, but also keep in mind, like 2012, snuff films and like the dark web stuff like that was everywhere.
Oh yeah,
like everyone talked about it. Everyone had a story about it. That was the thing to make horror stories around.
The amount of times that my friends told me about videos they saw in, like, even just like in passing at school, like, hey, I just saw a video about this, or X, Y, or Z, whatever. It was insane back in those times. So I think like I don't know. I mean, like, man, what a just I really liked how they played with all the vignettes, and I liked how subtle and sweet it was. Like, I really kind of like how short and sweet it was, actually. That's one thing I feel like I'm liking a lot more about a lot of the early creepypastas, is how short and just to the point. I know we've driven them this point many
They
times,
just,
but
like, dive straight into it. No
into
time
it.
to wait around, no time to slow.
But because of that, it uses the archetype of an online forum in a very effective way, where it just feels like a post. You know what I mean? And I do feel like people expanded on storytelling later on, but I do feel like right now, if I read this when I was younger, I'd be like, this is 100% real.
I think I read it, I don't know, it was maybe 13, 14, and I went into it, I think I listened to it actually through like one of the creepypasta YouTube channels. So I went in under the assumption like this is fake, but I remember a bunch of people being like, is this real? You know, did this actually happen? I think I might have actually sent it to a friend and been like, dude, this actually happened, who like wasn't familiar with it, or I used to do that a lot.
Yeah.
I used to send friends stuff and be like, "This is real," knowing it was fake. But yeah, there's a bunch of people.
Friends of mine say that as well.
Yeah, like
just like weird stuff like this. No, this happened. You know what I mean?
Bro, this is so real.
Also,
I was the chimp. Actually, it happened. It's real. I was there.
I was honestly really creeped out about a blind, shaved chimpanzee that they've just painted red. Also,
that's a terrifying image.
It's a terrifying image just because I mean, like raw power, like I mean, just like it's a rabid animal kind of thing. You know what I mean? And I think that just chimp attacks obviously are just. Especially ever since like Travis the Chimp, it's just haunted me forever. Remember seeing that Oprah interview with the survivor of the Travis the Chimp attack?
That was a pretty heavy thing to just throw out there onto the news, you know, when all that was happening.
It was. It scarred me forever. I have never forgot about that. Especially when Oprah stands up and takes her hat off of her head and like reveals her face. It's unbelievable. So, you know, and I know that like Jordan Peele included the chimp attack in Nope. And that was a big part of it as well. One thing I will say about the last video, I actually thought it was going to be a lot more graphic in that nature, and was surprised that it didn't go into that direction. But I think like even just ending the story on a chimp attack thing and just being like, now if you ever upload videos there, it's just there's just so much mystique still. It's kind of like that idea that like the person is still out there doing stuff, but you can't. It's like when the killer gets away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It has that kind of vibe, except it's just like, oh, living on the, like, existing in the vibe of just, like, the guy who was maintaining this website is still out there and you just have no idea is very haunting.
It's like an unobtainable antagonist almost, right? Because, like, how do you even start to try to find the person that did that, right? It's just kind of there's some stories that are just kind of about the passing evil in the world, right? Like there goes a glimpse of what's happening behind the curtain, but it's intangible. You're never going to catch a ghost. They're very menacing.
Next up, we have Been Drowned.
Been Drowned. Here we go.
People in the comments and just across social media have been scolding me, saying, "How have you never heard of this? What am I supposed to say? You know, I have never heard of it. I'm sorry." All right? I'm sorry. I've never heard of it. But now, today, we will finally rejoice. We'll become one.
Yeah, so I don't remember all the details of Been Drowned. I remember the big ones, like, without giving anything away. I remember, like, the save files and some of the conversations and stuff like that. I don't think I remember how it ends. So I'm excited to look at this. I will say also, someone who, like, was familiar with normal corn and stuff, I'm glad it still holds up. Like I said, I read it when I was younger, and it scared me. Like, it was good. But looking back now, I think it's kind of similar to Borrasco. Like, the nuance of it bothers me more now than it did then. So it definitely holds up.
Yeah. Well, I'm stoked. Let's get into it.
Right.
Which looks like this. It looks like the first post. It's broken up into a series of posts here, and the first post was uploaded, or at least is dated September 7th, 2010.
Yep, and this, again, most of our information comes from Creepypasta, the Creepypasta Wiki, because that seems most reliable. The story was created by Alex Hall, who goes online as, or did at one point as Jaduzable, whatever that means.
Jaduzable.
And of course is about a haunted version of Majora's Mask. Did you ever play Majora's Mask?
No, but my friend had the Nintendo 64 game. I remember the gold cartridge very well.
Yeah, it's a very strange game. You know, like in hindsight, a lot of the aesthetics were kind of weird. The choices, for a kid's game at least, like, you know, the.
I remember like watching him play it with the moon. Or, smiling
giant,
or whatever.
Giant
very
smiling
creepy.
moon. Yeah. So, post number 1, September 7th, 2010. Okay, X. You'll never guess where this was originally posted. Okay, X, I need your help with this. This is not copy pasta. This is a long read, but I feel like my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. This is video game related, specifically Majora's Mask, and this is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room starting as a sophomore in college, and a friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64 to play. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all of those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Super Smash Bros., and while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take long until I became bored of beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend, I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up the local garage sales, hoping to score on some good deals from ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There were no cars there, and only one table was set up with random junk on it, but something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of the car and I was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for a lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd. If you asked me to tell you why I thought he was displeasing, I couldn't really pinpoint anything. There was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that if it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people within shouting distance, I would not have even thought of approaching this man.
What would you say this old man looks like? When he says that, what would you say? My mind immediately goes to a Vietnam War veteran. I don't know why.
I kind of go the other way a bit. I almost imagine he's too clean cut, you know, like glasses, trousers, you know, like very...
Oh yeah, hello, well, this is my garage sale.
Kind of like he's like a character out of a show or something, you know? Like
would you like to browse my goods?
Yeah, I like that. Like his hair is like super thin.
Yeah.
You can see the top of his scalp.
Yep.
And he combs it over and he's just like,
would you like to buy a lamp?
Yeah, that guy.
Because that would creep me out. If I went to a garage sale and it was just one old man with a table and he's just like, what do you think of this? And it's like a butterfly collection. You're like, you're a fucking psychopath, you old freak.
I haven't seen my grandson in a long time.
You kind of look like him. You smell like him too.
Just like him, and you smell like lavender.
Let me touch you.
I want to caress your cheeks and pinch your cheek just like my grandson. He died in a drowning accident when he was 7 years old.
Why did you say drowning accident just then?
Ben drowned.
Okay, all right. I forgot that was the title of the story. Cause
that's the title of the deal, Ben drowned.
I forgot that was the title of this story, because this story does go to a drowning being related, and I was like, there is no way you just pulled that out of the air.
You had such a fucking Poindexter point there. You're just like,
how did you know that? Actually, how did you know that was gonna happen?
Like the title says Ben drowned.
Oh, okay.
He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for. And immediately I noticed that he must be blind in one of his eyes. His right eye had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look to his left eye instead, try not to offend, and asked him if he had any old video games. Glazed over is a wild way to say cataracts. I was already wondering how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he would tell me he had no idea what a video game was, but to my surprise, he said he had a few ones in an old box. He assured me he'd be back in a jiffy and turned to head back into the garage.
I hate that. I hate when old people use the word jiffy.
Is that a reoccurring problem for you?
There's been many times with my grandpa. I'd go to see his friends and he'd be like, I'll be right back in a jiffy. That's what they say, and they scuttle off because old people are bugs. They're a waste of space. They deserve to die.
Kind of like how you feel about our fans.
No.
Exactly how you feel about our fans. Yep.
You know what?
You can get money from the fans.
No. You know what's cute is you think that these fans are going to turn against me when they know that Papa Mead is the real champion of the fans. I'm a man of the people, dude.
You think if we had a poll that was which one of the two Creepcast hosts cares about us more, you think you would win that?
No, I don't think I'd win because I think you're the more popular host for sure. But I think that in people's body and mind, they know. People know deep down, even if they won't admit it now. They're going to be 40 years old. There's going to be some Creepcast fan who's I don't know how old our fans are. Hopefully like 20. I don't know how old people are. Would sit there and when they're 40, they're like, you know what? Hunter really was the champion, wasn't he? And my fucking spirit's going to haunt him. And I'm going to say, yes.
That's a cute little fantasy you've constructed for yourself. I'm going to go back to the story now.
Never-ending story.
As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on his table. Littered across his table were rather peculiar paintings. Various artworks that look like ink blots that a psychiatrist might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. They weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came to the last one, for some reason, it looked almost like Majora's Mask.
Base.
The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially, I just thought that since I was secretly hoping to find that game at these garage sales, some Freudian bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots. But given the events that happened afterward, I'm not so sure now. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I would have asked the man about it. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up and the old man was suddenly there again, arm's length in front of me, smiling at me. I'll admit, I jumped out of reflex and I laughed nervously as he handed me a Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was the standard gray color, except that someone had written Majora on it in black permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free. It used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird.
What? What a weird fucking thing. What do you mean, what? The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free, that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. What like your grandson? What does that mean? The child doesn't live here anymore.
He opened by saying he went to a weird neighborhood. So I assume he means the neighborhood.
That makes it even worse. That makes it so much.
An old boy used to come play this game in my basement.
Well, it doesn't mean that he. Okay, that
he
means
doesn't live here anymore.
No. You're doing the
did
thing.
he move?
You're doing the thing.
Did he move?
Look, I'm
did
sorry.
He move?
No. He doesn't live here anymore.
I'm sorry about Baraska, okay? I know that you have this knee-jerk reaction whenever kids come into stories now because of all that. I get it. But just because you have an old man who's like, oh, well, I came across this cartridge. Yeah, it belonged to some kid who lived around here. I don't really need it. You can have it. It is not infeasible. Kid moves away. Parents start giving his stuff away. Old man buys like a trunk of clothes or whatever, who knows what. And oh, look, there's a game cartridge in there.
I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh so hard, Isaiah. I'm going to rafflecopter, as the kids say. The day that you were like, hey, I can't record today because someone harvested my organs because you're so fucking naive. You're going to let someone come in and cut up all your gutty works and take it.
Yeah, sorry, I can't. Someone took my spleen.
Is what you're going to say. And I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. This guy was just following me, but it seemed normal.
That's you. That is such a cryptic message that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age who didn't live here anymore. What is that even? Did he live in the house? Then why just be like, hey, it's my grand? Because listen, you can do this in a different way where the guy's like, hey, my grandkid used to play games here, right? But no, this old creepy fuck is like,
there was no, the kid doesn't live anymore, but if you want it, you can have it. I don't know, I'm an old man.
Doesn't make any sense, dude. Go ahead, keep reading. Go ahead. Let's see where no, I bet the old guy's fine. I bet he's a perfectly normal guy.
He could rationalize it in his mind. Our protagonist could rationalize the interaction as just like a weird way to phrase some kid that lived down the street. The next sentence he says that he phrased it weirdly, but it's not the old man going, it's the kid I had in my basement. It's just like, oh, a kid lived around here. And that's enough nuance that your brain could be like, oh, that's a weird way to say it.
I love that the literal next sentence is, there was something weird about the way the
Yes, clearly there's something weird about it, but that's not immediately like, I capture children.
Okay. All right.
Can I go back to the story?
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear what happens next.
Are you? There was something weird about how the man phrased that, but I didn't really pay any attention to then. I was too caught up in not only finding this game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since this looked like a pretty shady cartridge and there's no guarantee it would work. But then the optimism inside me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version or pirated version of the game, and that was all I needed to be back on Cloud 9. I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me and wished me well, saying,
"Goodbye, then."
At least, that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the car ride home, I had a nagging doubt that the man had said something else. My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked just fine, and there was one save file named simply Ben. Goodbye, Ben. He was saying, goodbye, Ben. I felt bad for the man. Obviously a grandparent and obviously going senile, and I, for some reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, Ben.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. The whole idea, too, about being like, goodbye, Ben, and then feeling like you, like, do you think that the person that's writing the story, too, do you think that he's saying, like, oh, I probably took, like, this old man was like, oh, of course this is yours because you were Ben, so now he feels like he stole it, in a way.
Wait, what do you
know
mean
what I mean?
yours? Like, it was the old man's?
Like, because he thought he's like, goodbye then, and he's like, oh, okay, sure, and he got the game cartridge for super cheap, right?
Yeah.
So he goes back and sees the goodbye Ben thing, or he sees the Ben, and he's like, oh, he said goodbye Ben, so now
Yeah.
the guy, I'm wondering if our narrator is like, oh, fuck, well, I just, like, probably borderline stole this cartridge from
Yeah,
this guy
but
because
there's
he
also
Day
a
One
level
review.
of like an old man, because he says a grandparent.
Pray
right?
for the
He's
cat.
Like, oh, I assume
Right.
this was his granddad. Like, that's kind
Sure.
of sad.
Whole movie,
Maybe he just
praying
wanted
for the
rid of it,
cat.
you know, and he passed it off to me.
True.
That was more
I love that
symbolic for
cat.
him than anything, you know.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, yeah, even him being senile,
That's it.
I don't know. It's just like old brain rot type stuff.
He has sympathy for him, I think.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file. Eyeballing it, I could tell that he was pretty far in the game. He had almost all of the masks and 3/4 remains of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save his game. He was on day 3 and by the Stone Tower Temple with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had come so close to beating the game, but he never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started the game, ready to relive my childhood.
You know, there's something kind of interesting too. You ever like go to a buddy's house, or you ever get buy a used game or something, or like a used memory card, and you see all the saved games, and there is like a weird kind of like, I guess not nostalgia, but there's something that's just like, you're kind of taking over somebody else's life on that system. You know what I mean? You know how weird that is?
I remember being a kid and like we would go to, I think it was a GameStop or like one of those local GameStops, whatever.
Right.
And they were selling, it was like a basket of old PS2 memory cards that are used.
Yeah.
And I remember being man, that's kind of, there's something kind of haunting about that. Like, it'd be cool theoretically to grab one and be like, oh, let's see what's on here, you know? But
well, you know what's weird is I always used to get freaked out because I don't know if people feel the same or if you feel the same, but whenever I did the same thing with like PS2 memory cards, and they'd have like a little basket, and it's like they're all just like a set price. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But my whole thing was I always got hung up in the idea that like, oh, I'm gonna get some memory card of like a guy who was super shitty. Like a guy that like there was a kid in my school who was such a dickhead about video games, and I was always like, every time I got a used memory card, I was always like, God, I hope it's not this guy's memory card. It was like some kind of weird ownership aspect. I don't know. It was such a weird thing, but I got hung up about it.
Man, I'm looking at pictures. I was like, how big was that memory card I have? I looked up the picture of the one I have, 8 megabytes. And it felt like it held so much, you know? Anyway, for such a shady looking game cartridge, I was impressed at how smoothly it ran. Literally just like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there. Like textures being where they shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that at times the NPCs would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed up or something. It did kind of creep me out though after a while, and it was around after I had beaten the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went into the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file just out of respect of the game's original owner. It's not like I needed 2 files anyway, hoping that would solve the problem. It did, and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should be in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link, though. Frustrated and with homework to do, I put the game down for a day. I started playing the game again last night, getting the lens of truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora's Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't know, you can Google it, but the gist is that right as the clock is about to hit 0 on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it right, the countdown disappears and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Decided to do the glitch to try and finish the Snowhead Temple. I happened to get it right on the first try and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fight room at the end of the game, the trippy boxed-in arena, staring at Skull Kid hovering above me. There was no sound, just him floating in the air above me, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat. This was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the area, and no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen though, and this kept up for around 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. I was about to reach for the reset button when text appeared on my screen.
You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation.
I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get the room key from Anju at the Stockpot Inn. But why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started navigate the room again, testing to see if that was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something here. Then I realized how stupid I was to even think that someone could reprogram the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on the screen. And again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase.
Go to the lair of the temple's boss? Yes? No.
Wow. I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react, when I realized that I couldn't select no. Taking a deep breath, I pressed yes, and the screen...
Hi, y'all. That's my session for the day. I missed y'all. I'm glad to be back. I'm gonna have to adjust my streaming schedule. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with work now, being at the new place. My availability has changed, but I'm gonna try to make time when I can. If you want to contact me, my Instagram is still linked. We could always play Call of Duty together off stream, or maybe I'll feature on your streams. But feel free to contact me and keep gaming. Hope y'all take it easy as always.